Okay, this is an important ingredient, I think, of understanding to make sense of all the subtypes. That there are two formats of false ego complex, and there can sort of be subcategorized as therefore creating four types of particular ontological developments of false ego complexes in terms of metagram structure. But that those four types can also be stably grouped into three categories, which are like roughly reflective of Hindu sattva and in the Hindu category system of sattva, rajas, and tamas. And that, I think, corresponds with basically, so the reason why, and this is also weird, because I think that therefore people can also be like, they can kind of be rajasic and sattvaic as well, within their dosha, within their nature, and within perhaps their physical nature, and have different doshas in other sort of sub categories. So like metagram, if you know someone's metatype and you know their metagram type, and then you know how that corresponds to the inflection of the psychological dimensions, then you know that in their unconscious, which I think is I'm going to relate the unconscious to reality, because the unconsciousness is the filter that filters your connection to reality. And so if you want to be connected to reality, you have to see it through the visage, or through the forest of the unconscious. And so the unconscious, the subject of reality is going to be obscured by the unconscious. And so that's sort of the proximate lens through which reality is accessed, if it's accessed at all. And obviously to do that, you have to be grounded in other ways as well. So I think that sort of people who are generally speaking associated with their unconscious are tamasic, right? And you can be associated with your unconscious in many different subcategory ways, because let's say your subconscious is using your stimulus or your emergent response, both of which intersect in the subconscious. No, that's not right. Oh, man, thank goodness I've got my diagram in front of me. That's convenient. It's the primary counteroffer. Okay, so let me start by saying this. Okay, so the stimulus is grounded in a combination of the stimulus is the overlap between the superego and the subconscious. The primary counteroffer is the overlap between the subconscious and the unconscious, and the emergent response is the overlap of the unconscious and the ego. So, and all of those things will have a emotional tone, right? Will have either a combination of emotional tones, but they're within metagram circuitry, they will be stable as a certain set of cognitive inflections which correspond to dimensions in the 17 model, which is also what is being covered by the metatype, over these different four sides of the mind, or terrain over this. But then the emotional tones being used in the circuitry also correspond to points in the thing, okay, in the line. If you model it as a number line, essentially, 1 to 17, and then restarting again, because anyway, okay. So my point is that therefore the thing that is communicating with the stimulus, the primary counteroffer, and the emergent response, which are basically housed in the inferior functions or the foundations, because the inferior function of one side of the mind is the foundation of the preceding side of the mind. But these all are processed by parent functions, and parent functions will have their hands in two different things. So, like, for example, the subconscious parent function has one hand in the stimulus and one hand, and one hand in the ego and unconscious conflation. So actually the subconscious is a combination of the stimulus and the emergent response. Okay. So I didn't actually misspeak. I just, you see, it's this complexity that makes it hard to verbalize without a diagram, to talk about it simultaneously, because when you look at it, it's like everything is crisscrossed. It's like there are a lot of there's two separate in some. oh man, there's more than one different ways of saying that they're two separate circuits. Anyway, because they both interweave through ground, which is a conflation, right? And so this is basic. So maybe then the reason why there are two formats of false ego complex fundamentally is because you're either grounded around the ego conflation. Actually, no, the ego conflation doesn't actually work, because the ego isn't conflated with the superego. So that means that if that is out of the picture, then the two formats are going to have to do with the fact that either your false ego complex is going to be seeded either by generally in some sense being, maybe this is based on metagram emotional tone analysis. Maybe there are certain emotional tones. Like if you are a certain metatype and you have certain emotional tones in your circuitry, that is going to mean that there is going to be a complex within that. It's going to be encoded within that structure. There's a complex. There's going to be a confluence of self-referential. There's going to be, it's like when you are doing in mathematics prime numbers, and when prime numbers, when you divide them over one, there is a recurring, whenever you, I can't remember, there's a special word for it. It's a common word in mathematics that I can't even fucking remember. But when you take, the 1 over something is called the integer. When you take the basic integer of any prime number and you look at the decimal always gets into a recurring sequence. That there will always be a sequence and the decimal will always recur. So there'll be a sequence of digits in the decimal and eventually it'll recur. But there is a limit because it can't, the sequence cannot be longer. The sequence of recurrence cannot be, it cannot even be equal. It cannot be equal or excess of the digit itself. So if the integer of 7 will have a decimal, but it will never exceed 7 digits. The natural, I don't even know. I don't know all the mathematical language. I've forgotten all the jargon. But so the natural numbers included in any integer, that quantity, the digit sequence of before it occurs cannot exceed that number. And that has an interesting other mathematical calculus, which I wish I would actually like to explore it. I think it would be quite fun to explore it, but it has to do with numbers that have the most possible things before their sequence have a primitive root of 10. So I would actually like to know, so there's a mathematical analogy there that essentially that however a prime number, however you work out what the primitive root is, but it probably is only half the metaphor, and the other half of the metaphor is probably from, is it Pythagorean or there's some kind of Euclidean categorization of prime numbers about I think they're called rectangle. I've heard someone say it recently, but I think I was exposed to this as a child a long time ago as well. I think this feels familiar to me. Anyway, so that's the mathematical analogy. Sorry, this might be impossible for people to follow, but I think that the point is, right, that the definition of primitive root, right, in the analogy of the false ego complex and the personality, is that there is certain false ego complexes will have more sophistication than others. They will have longer chains of sequence before they end up recurring. So the false ego complex is an analogous to being trapped in a loop. It's analogous to being bound up in a tautology, in a cycle, in an incessant recurrence, right? Sort of, continually bathing itself in its own self-delusion, as it were. It's recreating also its own self-delusion. So that's why, the sequence recurs. The sequence, but Anyway, but it doesn't just recur, it actually is getting smaller, it's getting more infinitesimal. So it's like, although it's repeating the same sequence of numbers, the quantity or the value of those numbers is getting smaller. So you are getting more and more, anyway, into the minuscule. Obviously, that only has a metaphorical, you can only really extract a metaphorical parallel from that into the spiritual plane, because maybe which recurrence is going to be the recurrence that actually breaks the chain, and that in some sense probably has nothing to do with the quantity or the size or the value. It has to do with something that's fundamentally transcendental, or transubstantial, that you're going to come across something that breaks the code or that breaks the formula, but essentially something, and then not a useful, you see, I don't want to apportion any value to it, so let me just talk about it scientifically and amorally, is that this is going to that there's going to be, relative to Maya, relative to karma, relative to the world, to the false ego complex in terms of its reality, that is hollow. It's a non-reality. It's a godless reality. It's an empty reality. It's a hollow view of things, that reflects its hollowness in how you have to develop that hollowness within your own self in order to imbibe it or subsist within it or something like that. Anyway, so the point is that hollowness is, in some very abstract sense, going to be grounded around the, analogously speaking, primitive root. And that primitive root is going to be the closest intersection between your emotional tones the emotional tones used by your metagram circuitry, intersecting with your metatype structure, that might have, there might be a bit of a random chance, relative to the primitive root thing, not relative to your life, because you're still responsible for your spirit soul and its development and character development. So you can say that you were misled, but you were also self-deluded, essentially, and that's also the bootstrap that picks you out of it as well, is that you start taking responsibility for something at some point, at some time, right? That's the sort of getting the ball rolling towards self-realization or self-reconstitution, as it were, or rebirth, as it were, the inclination towards rebirth. So the point is that the primitive root thing, right, there might be a kind of, for all. Now, I'm not talking about metagram and metatype in some sense. I'm saying that at some point I think you are born a metatype, but the metagram that you develop might be, let's say, relative to the world, it's random. Relative to science, it's random which way you might develop. You could choose to develop which way or not. It's probably related to your dharma, because you actually are a spirit soul. You actually are a choosing, deciding thing. So your character is developing itself into, you're actually driving the ship forward, as it were. You're actually the captain of the ship, right? But let's just say that you get to choose between how your primitive roots, in some sense, you will essentially cotton on to one of the primitive roots, and this is probably corresponded to some phase of early child development, the oceanic phase, or there are better words for it, I think, but I can't remember how he described it, but basically I think it was, fuck, I can't even remember his name. I'm not even talking about Piaget. I'm talking about before Piaget, the famous childhood models that existed before Piaget, even. I've always considered this to be that when how the child develops is that it learns about verbs, and it categorizes verbs within a structure of understanding the world, and that is basically conceptual coherence, which is only born out of creating concepts. And so this is done, because the earth, the brain, it starts off with, is smooth. It's void and without form. And when it's void, you're curious, and when it's without form, you're intrigued. But you have to give yourself the concepts first, before you have to just, Otherwise, you're just always intrigued, and you can never be curious because you're too busy being intrigued, because everything is so formless that it can never, the voidness of the thing can never actually, the darkness on the face of the deep can never be brought into the light of, let there be light, let there be a word, let there be a form that settles the dust, as it were, that allows the dust to be collected. And then you can just be curious about it and not have to be intrigued all the time. Because at least if you're curious about it, then you're in the mystery. And if you're in the mystery, you still might be completely fucked forever ad infinitum, except if you learn the key to the mystery, which is that the mystery should be understood. The mystery is not there to be eternal. The mystery, in some poetical, autopoetic sense, you will always create new mystery. But the point is that, you're not creating them ad hoc. You're not creating them willy-nilly. You're actually, you should be doing it with a purpose, with a teleos. And that's, the more esoteric you get in that, and you do have to develop that quite deeply, it gets further into ethical development and understanding and groundedness and internal locus of control. And I was going to say something else, but basically that's a large fucking subject. So I'm not going to pretend to give even a good low resolution treatment of that. That's the subject of religion, But before that, you even just have child development, which is that, can the child at least get the fucking concept, Like, don't hide the word from the child in order to make the child tacitly obedient. That's a form of, what are you afraid of? That's the culture of fear. That's the culture of shame, and essentially you don't have any hope that there's any resolution or salvation if that's your route, Obviously, there is something about tact and pedagogy saying, no, you're too young to know that, but you also need to know that the child isn't intrigued about that. You need to also at least sate the intrigue and hopefully be able to abate the curiosity. And this is problematic when people don't actually have access to sound teaching, when they don't have sound doctrine that then they can actually use to, let's say, placate the child's understanding. Obviously, the child is also even prone to moral haphazard and moral, let's say, philanthropy that is actually, kind of mischievous or malignant in some of its manifestations. And sometimes you do actually have to allow the child to experience a part of their own schema in order to actually school them by their own experience. And, that's why, let's say, thank God children aren't very strong. There's probably the worst thing that they can, okay, children could kill each other, I guess, So you have to kind of warn them off on that probably. But generally speaking, a child is not going to have the power to do bad things. No, that's not. Yeah, so I mean, I guess there are forms of naughtiness that are perhaps matters of life and death that a child is not capable of properly appreciating. But I do put the onus on the teaching, and sometimes it's very sad when, they're just, maybe the teaching doesn't exist because maybe no one knows, or no one knows who can tell somebody else who wants to know, who they can pass it to somebody else who needs to know, Uh, then we get this kind of the politics or the diplomacy through karma of, needs, we want things, we need things, and then there's needing and there's getting, which is a completely different structure of that is related to the truth. It's perhaps related to the degeneration of the truth, because in some sense, how close are we to true intelligence, and how much of that true intelligence actually, for no fault of its own, was not able to conserve itself within the tradition, within the culture, because people move the goalposts, because there are false prophets that crop up in the ages, and they change the language, they change everything, they change the metaphor, they fuck with things, they translate it again and again, or they don't even translate it, they just change the language out from underneath people. The dictionaries fucking change, so, thank God for someone who worked out that we need a fucking dictionary in up in here. It's getting raucous. It's getting, so, the reference materials, and then you get then the politics of those cultures who believe in reference materials and those cultures who don't believe in reference materials. And then even within that, there's a whole quagmire of, well, is there a dogmatic reference? Is there an orthodox reference? Is there a traditional reference? Is there a true reference? And where does truth fall into all of this, and how well can truth conserve itself in a den of thieves and a pit of vipers, and because not only is there just one false prophet, there's two false prophets, and maybe there's a lesser evil false prophet that the people in the middle that can't decide who is who and what is what, have to choose between, So it's a fucking raucous mess, and, if only there was a judge at the time that could have said, no, actually, although you can't say it with the right emotion, your reason is good enough, and the British have actually sailed these. I mean, look, maybe I'm just biased because, you can hear it in my voice, you can hear it in my lineage, maybe you can hear it in my language, that, I am acquainted with my tradition, I am situated within my lineage, as it were, but it's a beautiful lineage. I mean, do you know the lineage of the spiritual lineage of the British? Do you really know them? Do you know the Queen of the Britons? Do you know how sensible she is? Do you know how civilized she is? Do you know her personally? Obviously, many people can't personally know the Queen, and she does her damned, as is part of tradition, not to condescend to her subjects. But let me just tell you something about the spirit of the British. The spirit of the British are, obviously, there are historical anomalies. I heard this beautiful lecture by someone. I was watching Timcast, and there was this guy from the Daily Wire. You must forgive me for not knowing people's individual names. He's, I think they referred to him as the God King of Daily Wire, I think, or I don't know if that was the joke, or if that was a joke that was being imported from Elon Musk or something. But he's, he I don't agree with everything that he says all the time, but this was, I think, this was pretty on the mark. It was a pretty good thing, and he was, talking about what is noteworthy about someone in history and what is not noteworthy about someone in history, and to understand that was a very important lesson of discerning. So I'm thankful that that is in my mind. There was a beautiful little clip that was released on YouTube by Tim from Timcast. Anyway, Tim Pool. I know his name because I'm on his channel, I guess, referring to it. So it's in relation to him. But yeah, thank God for Tim. So this thing about what is noteworthy and what is not noteworthy, So let me talk about what is noteworthy about the British. So the British have a tenacity that is a kind of intellectual humility, and I think it was actually best explained in the dark humor, the dark comedy of, I watched this beautiful series called Yes Minister and Yes Prime Minister, and like the last 5 episodes of the Yes Prime Minister is like a bit, kind of talks about, that's just about politics, but before that it's actually very spiritual. I was so deeply moved when I watched up until the last 5 episodes are also good, but they have a different, they are overcharged. They go into pure political problems and looking at the pure corruption of politics in the last 5 episodes. But before that, they actually show how the core of this political administration system, how much integrity it actually has in all of its sophistication, and you think it's dark comedy, but it's actually deadly deadpan true, and oh my word, what's his name? Humphrey. So Humphrey says this thing, it's a I'm probably going to get it arse backwards, I think I might even misquote it, but it was such a beautiful thing that he said, history is written, no, or history is the result. You see, the technical specificity in which he talks, I won't be able to recall it perfectly, but it was acted so beautifully. It was acted so delicately, and so, and the wording of it was so precise. So I'm going to butcher it. I'm telling you now, I'm butchering it, but this, so I'll have to muddle through it. It says history. The history of politics, I think, basically is what he was saying. The history of politics is, well, that's what he meant, or that's what I understood him to say. History is written in the sort of, in the machinations of the heartless that took control of the brainless or the mindless, you know, that essentially history could be seen from a kind of, from, you know, a bit of a dark humor framework. Let's just say that history is the war of the heartless versus the mindless. And thank God that the heartless took over and didn't allow the mind, because imagine the mindless say, oh, but my heart is pure, my heart is pure. I'm just a mindless person, but my heart is good. I've got a good heart, but I'm mindless. Imagine those people controlling things. Imagine those people getting holds of the reins of power. Fucking bedlam. Fucking tamasic ignorance. Fucking, I mean, it's a massacre. It's a massacre every other day. For the good, you know, for the good. You know, like in the name of the good, in the name of the heart. A massacre every other day. Genocide every other day. You know, thank God the heartless took control. At least the mind, you know, at least we're making progress with the serpent of the mind. At least we can make some progress on that front, right? Okay. You know, at least let us get ourselves in order so that we can arrange things so that, you know, in matters of life and death, we know that we're not doing, you know, obviously we can, you know, what is it in Christianity that actually makes the Britons stand out, right? And it is this thing that you know, Jesus concedes, the Holy Spirit concedes to the Britons. Do you know why? Because it says, forgive them for they know not what they do. Which means that if someone can just tell them what they should know and educate them, then the time of forgiveness is over, because now you've been put to terms. And the British developed their legal system as best they could within their confines. It probably could have been improved a bit. Well, I mean, you can always say that about anything, though. At some point, you actually have, you know, the administration of justice means that at some point personnel have to carry it out. So yes, you could always have a better process, but, you know, at some point, you know, you either have a justice system or you don't. So maybe on some level it's kind of good enough until you know how to upgrade it into the next echelon of the stable state, and that's where you get good King George and his idea to have a new world, because, you know, America didn't even know what the kings were up to, what the good King George wanted to do. He doesn't know the secret plans, the occult things going on in the background. He doesn't know. The American revolutionaries don't know what is up. You know, what's going on in the background. You know, I mean, obviously maybe the kings and the rulers aren't the best people in the world, aren't the smartest people in the world, but there are good kings, there are good monarchs uh, that are connected with the teaching, with some teaching that they actually care about the fidelity. Because, I mean, at some point, you know, if you actually do have power already, like, what's the point of holding on to it? You know, you have power for a purpose, you know, and people do want purpose, and, you know, that's maybe, you know, the secret of royalty is that, you know, not everyone can be royal in the worldly way, because then it wouldn't work. But in the worldly way, it is a way to create a group of people that should at least be incentivized towards the good, perhaps. And in some sense, maybe the royals have even worked out that they can't be too good for the people. Because if you try to be if you are an elite and you're too good for your own people, as in you want to rule them for their betterment, instead of allowing them to wallow in their own filth to some degree, because, you know, it's all about pedagogy, right? So it's like, either you teach them what you can teach them, and you know what you can't teach them, and then they have to learn it themselves, because, we don't just live in a modern world with monarchs. That's the old system, and it's kind of at peace with the new system, but it reminds us of our calling to be kings and rulers in the kingdom, at least if you're a Christian. That's how we conceive of it. Anyway, so, just trying to say that, it's hard to get religion right, but at least if you're following the path of knowledge and truth and good faith, you're probably, stepping in the right direction. And I think history is arcing in this way, and it has, and so perhaps we should be slightly, when people have power in the world, on the world stage, perhaps, you know perhaps we should try to be sympathetic to them as well, because, everyone loves the underdog, but, in some sense, in the world of public opinion, the underdog is also the overdog, because everyone loves the underdog sort of unconsciously, as a tradition, So, how rich are people, are they? How royal do they think themselves, as they are spoiled in their own traditions that they don't even fucking properly understand, Anyway, so then we have, sort of the combination of other people's primitive roots, and the cacophony that can produce, and the raucousness that can produce when you try to find a lowest common denominator between these things, instead of actively trying to pedagogy them, instead of actively trying to bring them into remembrance and recollection of the self-realized connection to God, understanding of God, knowledge of God, which has not only not been developed, perhaps, but has also been lost. That, how many pieces of the puzzle have actually been uncovered, but maybe they weren't perfectly plugged into one another. I mean, maybe it's technology. Maybe there's nothing wrong with humanity and the great sages of the past and the great prophets and the great servants of God that are great in how they served God, but that, we just didn't have a computer to do the secretary work of, creating a time capsule, so that, I mean, obviously there has been recovery in the world. Things have been recovered from antiquity. Things have been exhumed out of the ground. The record of our history has been enlarged. The degeneration has been abated and rehabilitated with remedial action by, what shall we call them? Evangelists, prophets, priests, the gift of prophecy. I mean, that's forbidden for some people to even utter the word, but it's not forbidden for other people, for other people's scriptures, and you wonder, are you, if you understand prophecy and it is converted from talking about the future into testimony, into evidence and reason and, let's say, discourse and conversation and understanding, plain and simple, I mean, is that really, because that's really what prophecy really is when it boils down to it. The problem is one of integration, perhaps, which is only possible when you actually have a benchmark or a judge or a standard that is actually has reached the watermark of incorporating, let's say, a model that can be useful as the pedagogical teaching aid in conserving the teaching. Okay, so anyway, and that has been what I have worked on my whole life, sort of try to perfect the field of psychology, essentially, which I think is also the answer to many things in terms of at least a kind of, I don't want to use this word perhaps because it's been so rightfully bastardized, because it is a den of controversy and but the academy is a divided house against itself. It's at war with itself, and it needs a real queen of the sciences to bring it together. That isn't simply a whore of Babylon, and that's what the psychology is today: is the whore of Babylon, and instead it needs to be replaced by a church. Psychology needs to be a church. The let's say the clear vindication of the true church, and enough knowledge that what's going on in the church can be, let's say, vetted. Isn't that just a crafty word of saying tested? But it can be tested by the world in such a way that the church will vindicate itself against the world and dominate itself against the world, and the world will have no skeptical recourse to play its demonic game playing and things like that. And so there will actually be a stable ballast that will counter and countenance those who will try to obscure the supreme law. And the teaching that allows for understanding the justification and the justified understanding of the supreme law. So therefore we can say it is accessible to all. We can actually not just say in scripture that the kingdom of God is at hand, because it always has been at hand. You know what it means when it says the kingdom of God is at hand? It means it's within arm's grasp. It's within hand's reach. That's what it means when it says the kingdom of God is at hand. It was saying it was always there for the taking. Just fucking put your arm out and take it. But it actually is a lot of work. I mean, it took a 5-year-old 30 years to do it. I'm 35 years old, turning 36. I started this roughly when I was 5 years old. So, it took me 30 years. Maybe it would have taken a group of other people who had more money and more resources or whatever. Maybe it would have taken them maybe a bit longer, because maybe you're at a disadvantage if you do it at a higher age. If you start at a lower age, maybe, anyway. So what is my point? My point is that somebody else could have done it, essentially. I mean, I'm not trying to counterfactually fuck history over. I'm not trying to be resentful. I'm just basically saying that this was actually always at hand. I'm not a special human being. What makes me special is the Spirit of the Lord, which other people can attain. Okay, so that's just what I'm saying. And people could say that I was very, very, very lucky. People can make lots of aspersions and accusations against me. Well, I'm just lucky that I was born with a spiritual golden spoon in my mouth. Yeah. I mean, maybe you can say that about me, but do you really fucking know what my life has entailed? Do you know the adversity that I've overcome? Do you know the things that I've done? Do you know all the things that I have done in the order that I did them in? It would fucking. I don't think other people would really. You would think that I'm completely insane. Well, a lot of people literally think that. I mean, that's what I try to open myself up to people. Try to have a friend and talk to them about my life. People don't want to hear about my life. It's a devastating nightmare. To even hear about it. It's just it's torture for other people to be exposed to the content of my life. And it certainly did have a lot of torture in it. And you could say self-imposed torture as well, but also I didn't invite all of it, and so I just had to roll with what came my way, and there were certainly a lot of punches. And I mean that figuratively as well as literally, but I mean the figurative punches that I'm talking about, literal torture, literal lots of things. Anyway, I mean, I guess I've been lucky that people have fixed me. There's this the amount of hours of surgery that has gone into reconstructing. My fingers are actually still bent. Anyway, maybe I am deluded. Maybe I'm just imagining my own history. Who knows? I mean, I could just be a crackpot. I mean, I might be wrong. God, it would be nice to think. It would actually be nice to think that I am literally just insane, because then I could actually just live more selfishly. Perhaps I could abscond, and I could, do something that I've wanted to do rather than just trying to do my duty the whole time. That does scare me a bit. Maybe I've just rattled my own. So now I'm indulging in the self-doubt. And where does that get you? Anyway, I made a whole recording about the uselessness of self-doubt. Why are you asking the question? What is, are you trying to dig yourself out, or are you just trying to understand where you are at the moment, to locate yourself in a space in which that you can therefore navigate better? And so, when I pontificate, I'm sure other people can just find that it's annoying. But I'm also trying to locate myself, because I'm a very fucking lonely person. I mean, I'm an incredibly lonely person. I'm insensitive, judgmental. It keeps a lot of people at arm's length, because the kingdom of God is at hand, and people don't like the fact that I make them aware, perhaps, that it is at hand, and so they keep me at arm's length. So, I mean, it's a natural, this is why I love some of the Hindu scripture, in the Gita. What does it say? Very few people are capable of being friend. There's a scripture somewhere in there. Very few people are capable of friendship. With one such as I'm making to the self-realized. Anyway, I'm certainly not an effulgence of Krishna. I'm an effulgence of Balarama, the elder brother of Krishna, the perfect servant. That's how I see myself in Hinduism, if anyone's interested. That's basically a proto-Christ figure anyway. It's not just a proto-Christ figure, it's also an Elijah, I've often thought, can't exactly tell Christians that I'm the reincarnation of Jesus Christ. Then they're not even going to understand their own teaching and their own scripture. They're not going to understand Christ consciousness. They're going to completely fuck it up. So I'll have to tell them that I'm Elijah, even though I think that Carl Jung was my Elijah. That's how I achieved the great work. But not everyone has to do the great work. If they will just take the teaching, why reinvent the wheel? There is a mystery there, because you do actually have to pick up your cross and follow. My cross also had a kind of philosopher's stone gilded in it somewhere. That was the cross that I had to die on. And I'm still dying on it daily. It doesn't exactly end. But, anyway, I do think that my life is going to get better, hopefully at some point. Not sure, but I hope. Because now I think I am going to move into psychometry and treatment and empirical verification of my theory, because I think that my theory is pretty much as good as it's going to get. So this is also why I'm making these recordings, is because now when I go into the psychometric empirical observation phase of verifying the theory, I have to lay down the theory first. Otherwise, when I meet the empirical verification, obviously I could have made a better record of my therapy, but I didn't have fucking secretaries, because I was a 20-year-old, and although I've lived in the middle class, no one has money for a secretary, and technology, has evolved while I've been doing my project. I actually believe that I was a part of evolving technology, not exactly in everything, but I was the one who was Al Gore's friend when he came to visit me, and we were in the jacuzzi, which I got my father to build at my house, for the express purposes of inviting over people that were, interesting people that just wanted to have a chat, because it's very easy to invite people, say, oh, there's this kid in South Africa who says that he's the Jesus Christ or something. Would you like to, go and have a visit when you're in the vicinity or something like that, just to have a conversation, just to have a chat, and that's also how you can learn about the world. So, certainly a silver spoon in my mouth, got to speak to very important, prominent, powerful people. That's what the Roman aristocratic brats used to do. If you were a 5-year-old little Roman kid in the aristocratic class, you could end up ruling a city by the age of 10 or 12, when you were most intelligent. I mean, it's amazing how intelligent kids are. If you give them responsibility and control, how quickly they can assimilate and learn things. And I mean, I controlled a nation. I controlled the most powerful nation in the world in secret for 2 years when I don't actually remember exactly how old I was. Maybe I was, no, I'm guessing now. I could work it out by the dates. I don't even want to reveal what it was because it's slightly embarrassing for the people involved. Um, should I say it? I didn't do it alone. It wasn't as if I wasn't in council, so I was kind of literally recreating the Roman. I was basically a Roman proconsul with somebody else. So we ran this nation as proconsuls for about at least a year and a half, I would say. Obviously, I being a kid, didn't have experience, but he had a wealth of experience, and I was managing things based on pragmatism, which is why people seemingly did ideologically strange things. I mean, I've ruled many countries in similar kinds of ways, by influence as well, from afar even. I must say, maybe I am too in love with myself. I don't think I'm prone to flattery because I think that I just like it when people treat me with some due fucking respect. When I go and see someone and I hear that they play games with other people, but when they see me, they just talk to me right away and they don't keep me waiting and they treat my time as it being precious. It almost makes me want to cry. Yeah. The few times I can count on my hand where I have been treated well, um, in a way that has been memorable to me. It's a bit distasteful. I guess this is a bit vainglorious, at least in some people's interpretation, I can imagine. Um, you see, I always have to cover myself like that because I don't want to leave any Pandora's boxes on the table to recontextualize and judge. Because that's the problem, is when you leave a Pandora's box on the table, then somebody else can think, oh, I'm envious. I can be a self-aggrandizing bastard. I mean, I'd like to say that, can I not have my own I am publicly declaring my private views, perhaps. You see, maybe I am crossing the line here. I should reprimand myself. This is uncouth. Is a better word, I think. It is interesting. I wish I could discover more of the Russian sensibility. The Russian aristocracy was so civilized. They really understood how to properly preempt escalating teleological chaos. There's probably a better word for it. You see, that they worked out so many good moral words. Like that's how you know that they were the engine of culture, in my view, because they invented the words. They invented the words in the dictionary that had the ethical, moral connotation to it, and they actually had a kind of coherent understanding about, rambunctiousness. Why is being are you being rancorous? They understood the connection between these things. I'm only dabbling in understanding this. I don't understand the whole territory well enough. But when someone is being rancorous, it has a religious connotation, as it were. It comes with a kind of context in relation to sound doctrine and good teaching, and also your station in life. If you are capable of plotting yourself, obviously you need enough varied ethical words, because there are lots of different complicated situations that people can find themselves in. Some people, they don't know their station in life. Maybe they have a confusion in their station in life, and therefore they are at a different wavelength at which different things can engage with them and different things can't engage with them. And some of those things are just basically juvenile, self-imposed, conceptual abrogation. Basically, you don't allow yourself to be capable of having an understanding because you basically remove the word, you remove the concept from the table, and you replace it with a Pandora's box, and then that gives you the excuse to do whatever the fucking devil-worshipping bullshit that you want to fucking do. You can use the Pandora, oh, there's a Pandora's box on the table, so I can be a troll, I can be a clown, I can be a buffoon, I can make you a fool, I can bring you down to my level. I have to do it to myself first, but basically I can just shit on everything. That's what the whole social justice warrior thing is. It's basically, it's very simple. It's like they're playing the malignant equality game. They're saying, well, if you believe in equality, if equality is the name of the game of our political system, because we don't have the law developed well enough, we haven't developed the jurisprudence, and we don't teach people civics anymore. So because we can say, I demand equality, therefore I can say, you can't use that word. That word is politically incorrect. That language is racist. And it's bad to be racist. So they just use whatever is the thing that you're not allowed to be, and then they put it against people. Because racism, there's nothing wrong with racism. I mean, what the fuck is wrong with racism? It's just a fucking word. And what does the word mean? Does anyone even know what the word actually even properly means? The proper thing that you shouldn't be is got nothing to do with being racist or not being racist. It's to do with being racialist. Are you a fucking racialist? Because if you're a racialist, you're a piece of shit. You're a scum person. You are a reprobate. You should be reprimanded for your shitty attitude and your stupid mentality if you're going to be a racialist. Don't be a fucking racialist. To be a racialist is to be an evil person. To be a racist, well, that's a matter of interpretation. That's a matter of opinion. You can call anyone racist. You can call anything racist. That's exactly what they do, because it's a morally hollow word. I mean, and I'm not saying anything new. Christopher and Peter Hitchens have been saying this for how long? The actual word actually, I'm trying to do Peter Hitchens' voice. The actual word is racialism is the real issue, is the real evil, is the real thing. But that's obviously connected to a whole understanding. That's connected to a whole moral framework. That's connected to part of the moral framework that, offense is, Christopher Hitchens, I have him in my head teaching me this, hearing him talk about this. He actually taught me this when I was like 7 years old, I think. I met the Hitchens brothers. They came to visit. They were like, I don't know, they didn't seem that old to me. They must have been like 13 or 14. That's how old they seem to me. But I'm not very good at judging age. It's hard to judge people's age when they're in a certain, they might have been, I don't know, were they short for their age? Because whenever I met Christopher again when I was an adult. So then we were both fully grown in our natural height, as it were, as adults. But, I had only encountered him before when I was not fully grown at a few places, in my upbringing, anyway. But anyway, the point that I'm saying is that Christopher made this wonderful, point somewhere, in some CBS thing probably, where he was like, offense is not, he was schooling someone who he was kind of debating with, who basically didn't understand this basic thing, and he was schooling them quite appropriately that they were acting beyond their proper ethical framework, but they were too stupid to properly understand this point, because they were a stupid little girl that found her way with some credential to be on a radio show when she's an author, but she's a stupid little girl. But anyway, that's what we do, is now we give women double standards. We give them a wide berth. We let them get away with murder, essentially. I didn't mean that in the abortion sense, but that's an interesting parallel that one might draw. I really did not mean to bring up the issue of abortion, because I do think that I that's a whole kettle of fish. Let me not get derailed. Don't get derailed here. This is also an important point, please. Um, Offense is never given. It's only ever taken. It can be offered. People can intend to offer offense. And if you do that, I mean, you're just not a serious person. You might be a careful person. You might be a good intentioned person. So I can't remember. I had this whole lecture somewhere about my virtues. When I say my virtues, I mean my theory, my understanding of virtue, which is that, you need to be careful, you need to be serious, and you have to I can't remember what the third one is, but the third one is complicated, because the third one is basically honest. But the problem is that honesty is made up of good faith and something else. And so honesty is actually quite hard to actually get right, because if you don't have sound teaching, then you're not going to be honest, but you might kind of be nescient, or you might have bad faith about your own dishonesty. So honesty is like the hardest sort of the three to have. But if someone isn't being serious, and they're not being something, if somebody isn't being serious and they're also not being careful, then they're basically just having a go at you. They're just fooling you, and they're fooling around, and they're just being a silly goose, or something like that. And if you don't say boo to a goose, then you're going to let yourself be taken to task, be taken to town, be taken, run up amok. I mean, you just now you're playing with yourself, because they invited you to make fun of yourself. You're just, everything is mocking everything, right? And that's just a form of dancing around the honesty problem, and not seriously and carefully wanting to resolve the honesty problem, which is at some point, let's correct the teaching or share the teaching, or obviously discussing doctrine is very dangerous. I would prefer to teach doctrine than to discuss it, because if you discuss doctrine, then, please tell me what authority you are referring to. And I don't mean scriptural authority or historical authority, but I mean, you better be able to explain to me how you're grounding what you're saying in some sense that I can actually share that grounding. Otherwise, what are you doing, And that's a tall order, And so a lot of people, they try to fashion some kind of compromise of that problem, and they don't want to confront that problem because they're afraid that maybe the problem is insoluble, because they're fundamentally ignorant or skeptical, or they've just been conditioned by the world to go for some third-rate intellectual workaround, which just makes them another demon in a chain of demons, of a chain of false teaching, because they were misled by some false prophet. And they don't even have the humility to have the proper doubt about their own so-called historical inheritance or tradition of their bullshit teaching. Like, okay, so you want to tell me that you do have a doctrine, right? Okay, well, please tell me the name of your doctrine, tell me the name of your church, or just tell me, the source of your doctrine, or something like that. Okay, so now you've got the church name or something. Okay, well, tell me, how many people have left that church in the history of the world? Were they all wrong? Were all the people that left, why did they leave? Like, what did they, have you never investigated what people say about the people that have left the thing? Have you never done a thorough investigation of why they left, to work out, either how you can improve the teaching of your own institution, or what the mismatch was, or like, give me the account of why, like why things are in the substandard, or let's say have you never tested the system? Have you well, when I say test here, I mean, have you never tried out actually understanding it at its root, as to, knowing the answer to an actual concern that should be concerning? Do you not find any of these types of, forms of doubt concerning? Are you saying that, oh, I'm a doubt monger, and you should just be allowed to be as confident as you can make yourself by avoiding doubt mongers? What about the scripture that says, leave no stone unturned? What about the scripture that says salvation in fear and trembling? Oh, no, only the way that you were taught it, by your orthodox dogmatic bullshit, by your shitty teachers. Or give me the name and phone number of your teacher. Tell me your priest's, sort of contact details, and then I can, so I can suss it out for myself. Then, if you're not going to take responsibility for the teaching that you carry, you're just what? You're just what? Like a third-rate denizen of some inheritor of some teaching, but you can't teach your own teaching. You don't understand your own teaching. You just follow it. It's just a fucking rule book for you, because you've been told that if you follow the rules, then you can boss other people around as you've been bossed around by the rules. So you're just what? A fucking chain demon in a fucking chain mail, chain link, or what are they called? Letter chains. Those people that send letters around to other people. Because it's like, send this letter around, otherwise bad thing happens, or if you send this letter around, then good thing happen. It's like monkey see, monkey do. I mean, like, you talk about being an animal, talk about the mark of the beast. I mean, really, these people with all these fucking marks on themselves, marks on their spirit, marks on their religion, and they have no fucking care. They don't fucking care. At least if you don't care and you don't know, then just at least have the humility. Oh, I'm trying my best. Are you curious to know anything deeper? I mean, I'm cool with people if they, I'm just trying my best. Haven't done that. Haven't done whatever. If you want to be lax, and I'll offer it to you in your idiom. Like, oh, okay, well, I do think that you are inspiring problems to some degree, if I think that you are particularly inspiring problems in some degree. And if you don't even want to care about solving problems, then you are probably part of the problem then. I mean, if you don't care about solving problems, you are, what are my virtues again? Serious, careful, honesty. So you think that you can be a good person by just giving up being careful. So you think that you are a good person even though you are careless, and you don't want to be careful. So you are not full of care, you are full of self-satisfaction. You're full of what? You're full of vice, is what I'll say, but you've kind of tried to disguise that vice by, oh, well, I'm just a mellow person. I'm just trying to have an easy go of things. I just want to go with the flow. Just want to have a good time. Fuck you. I mean, really. I mean, okay, well, maybe that's fine if everything looks fine to you, but I bet things don't actually look fine to you, and you just have a disgusting view of it. You have a disgusting belief about it. You're just like, oh, well, the people who have a bad time, well, they did it to themselves, or they allow it to be done to them. I mean, I won't have anyone say that about fucking me. I mean, I've fucking taken on the world from the age of 2. So, watch who you fucking speak to in that tone of voice, because it certainly does not apply to me. And my judgment goes both ways. It goes against myself as well. I hold myself to the same standard that I hold other people to. And I'll tell you to your face, fuck you, you're a piece of shit. Moral scum, I call a piece of shit. That's what I do. I'm judgmental and I'm sensitive, and I think I've earned it. Maybe I'm a bit delusional. Maybe. It's unconfirmed, Maybe there's a mountain of evidence out there. I can't get anyone to help me investigate. It's not that easy. They've kind of destroyed the evidence where I live. Maybe it's part of the plan for the ethnic cleansing. Maybe it's because someone's going to show up on my doorstep and blow my brains out because they want to continue their fascist pillaging of the corrupt establishment. Who knows? But like, I can't even get a hold of one of the constitutional documents, one of the founding constitutional documents, the green paper on the interim constitution, or the white paper on the interim. I can't remember if there was a green or a white paper, but I know that there is. The interim constitution has a white paper, and in that white paper there is evidence of my authorship. And I know for a fact that the American Library of Congress has got a full set of constitutional papers. So I know that there is recourse in America for myself, hopefully still preserved in the Library of Congress. So at least then, if this recording survives me, if anything happens to me, at least there'll be some thread that perhaps I wasn't a charlatan, that I wasn't a crackpot deluded by delusions of grandeur. But I mean, obviously, I make much greater claims than that. You know, being the author of the South African Constitution, I mean, in someone's book, I'm sure that doesn't mean much. In some uncareful, careless troglodyte's view, you know, that's much to do about nothing. You know, I'm just a big fish in a small pond, and what does it really matter? I mean, I do have other claims that I have been a bit coy about revealing in these recordings, but anyway, I mean, all I can say is all the things that I have done is a song that I think that I've actually wrote the lyrics for. Obviously, somebody else produced it in the sense of singing it. I was part of producing it, so I mean, I guess I can't really say that it's my song, but I didn't say it was my song. I said I wrote the lyrics for it. It's pretty much the only thing that I did. So I actually learned that from my aunt. My aunt wrote the lyrics from many famous songs that she never got credit for. So that was something that I did inherit from my family. The tradition of the dead spy, which is also a reference to the art of war, Sun Tzu. You know, it's interesting. A lot of people think that Sun Tzu was Lao Tzu. I wonder if that historically lines up. But yeah. Man, there's something about the Chinese knowledge base that is it's very awe-inspiring, you know. I always feel bad whenever I compliment the Japanese or the Chinese. I feel like I need to compliment the other one just to stop World War IV, you know, or something. Um, there's something special about it's enigmatic. There's something enigmatic about Japanese culture that is kind of as deep as the Chinese knowledge articulation of responsibility. Man, I didn't even phrase that. It doesn't even make sense what I just said. But you know, it is what I said is kind of technically true, even though it doesn't like make a full sentence, because in some sense China really does see itself as the kingdom under heaven, which is a weird way of, you know, because the kingdom under heaven is not exactly the kingdom of heaven, but it's honestly trying to be. That's what it means to be under heaven. And there is something admirable about that. But there are kind of cultural things that need to be processed. And those cultural things obviously have created their antithesis in the Japanese kind of countercultural response. And then obviously, you know, lots of things develop neighboring their antithesis, because, you know, it's nice to have an antithesis because it helps you develop a synthesis, you know. You know, you can kind of be a bit Hegelian about it, you know. Anyway, I'm pontificating too much now, but, you know, I'm just basically trying to allude to the fact that there are resolutions to things. There are actually solutions to problems. That's all I'm trying to point out. Anyway, let me give my voice a rest. Oh man, this is unfortunate. I derailed my own point. I don't even remember exactly where I started, but I know that the point that I completely derailed myself on is essentially describing the false ego complex by these three categories and by the two formats, and I was getting closer to pinning that down, I think. So basically, then you're at some point you're going to have maybe even a different set of, that I was originally thinking, 4 ways of categorizing false ego complexes. That obviously that there might be a kind of point at which maybe there are actually sort of subtypes that can be wired together. So you can try to have the format that doesn't suit your metagram naturally or something like that. But to do that is kind of like a self-imposed taxation. You're adding more steps than can actually, so basically that there's a kind of self energy economy in one psyche. Like basically, in order to drive the false ego complex, it actually requires calories. It requires neurochemicals. Which have to mean that you have to eat to do that or something like that. You have to have food to do that. And so there is a kind of holistic thing where the blood is connected to the thinking, to the and the flesh of the thinking, right? And so, what fleshly thinking are you going to endure, right? And your humor and your temper, when you do have another tempo that you could be tempered within. So you can kind of choose the temp, you can go faster, you can go slow, or you can take the shortcut, or you can, they're sort of, so usually perhaps there is a tendency towards some kind of lowest common denominator, that they're more stable isotope, basically this is the analogy in physics and chemistry that, you get atoms and you get isotopes of atoms, of elements of atoms. And you get more and less stable isotopes, essentially. Okay. Okay, so there might be sort of those things. I'm padding the theoretical pump. What did I say? I'm priming the pump. So on the other side of the empiricism, I don't want to say that people did not, that I didn't anticipate things, but I'm just laying, obviously all of these things have to sort of be empirically gotten into. And a lot of these things I think might be so ephemeral that they might not actually result in either psychometric or even clinically, they might not be conducive. These factors might sort of exist, but they might be irrelevant in terms of treatment. So they might be sort of insignificant in some sense, but having knowledge of the detail of it might be, well, it answers a question essentially. It answers a question that someone might be curious about, and that kind of curiosity, might not be evil. And why not if the knowledge is accessible or available anyway? So there's this wonderful thing that Humphrey says. He says, I want to know everything so that I then can know what I don't need to know. I first have to know everything so that I don't have to know what I need to know. That I think is actually the correct attitude. To be properly conscientious in that sense. Now, I do think that sort of within that, look, sort of within, under the umbrella that there will always be things that you don't know, that's a kind of existential, angsty kind of concept that if you just imagine that concept, you've already kind of made yourself a bit insane, I would say. Like you've just created a Pandora's box that can never be resolved. If you really believe that there will always be an unknown that cannot be known, you've created a trifecta of a false dilemma. You've taken a false dilemma and you've constructed a trifecta that you've placed yourself within, and now that is your God. That is the God of the darkness, the Descartes demon kind of. Now you've just created you've just sort of recreated the meditations that Descartes explored for us. Anyway, I do think that there is something to be learnt from Descartes' meditations, but I don't want to quickly. I just want to table that. That is something that I can deal with using some decent synthesis of even what Descartes already did a lot of the heavy lifting for. I'm on the shoulders of giants, before me, and anyway. So, I mean, to give due respect and due regard to people who have helped me in my understanding, I think I can do that. Um, Obviously, that means that I don't have to take the wheat with the chaff. I'll throw the chaff away, thank you. I'll just take the wheat, thanks. Um, no one's going to guilt me into that kind of bullshit. Um, I'll have my cake and eat it, thank you. Because I did also make it myself. Although you can say, well, the ingredients that I got were the same as other people, and I was just copying them. Yeah, you can say that about me. I don't mind. I've even admitted it myself. I'm on the shoulders of giants. What more do you want me to say? Get over yourself. Okay, let me stop being so defensive. But this is the problem: is that when you're talking to a mixed audience, you have to guard your back so much, and it's a little bit unseemly. But I am trying to, what's the word? Steel man my opposition. And sadly, there are lots of points of contention which I know that I'm up against. So I sound like a bit of a schizophrenic, talking to the voices of the skeptics that I can imagine, because I can be a better skeptic than any other skeptic. That's how I know that their worldview is bullshit, because I can't. Don't expect me to perform it like I mean it, because I don't, because I know how stupid it is. So don't expect me to be able to act it out like like a first-rate actor. I mean, I'm not an actor. I've never said that I was good at acting. I'm a writing producer. That's what I am. I'm happy with that. Do I really have to be able to do absolutely everything? I mean, maybe I could get into acting, but when you spend 30 years of your life devoted to studying psychology, and you have very little of your own idea about what you would have rather liked to do and where that might have taken you, but you're instead doing your duty for your fellow man, for your fellow human beings. Anyway, I'm not trying to sound resentful. I'm just trying to say that I do have. I guess I'm dancing on the point of just saying, I'm not calling myself perfect in the worldly sense. I'm just calling myself self-coherent and self-consistent, and well, I think that my judgment is actually pretty good at administration. Um, anyway, so that's the problem, I guess. When you're battling with skeptics, you end up having to talk about yourself, and then they blame you for talking about yourself. And then if you talk about them and you say that, well, you have a bad character and that's what the problem is, then they'll say that, no, now you're doing an ad hominem. It's like, you talk with a skeptic, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. The problem was that you were entertaining them in the first place instead of actually putting them to terms as soon as possible, and showing them the trap door behind them. That's also how they got into the situation, because you didn't inquire. That's the problem. People with skeptical mentalities, they're not direct, they're not confrontational, they're just kind of prowling cats. Not lions, like tiny cats. Like cats with short man syndrome or something. But maybe I should contextualize that if people are listening to this. So before, so I'm talking to the future generations now. Before humanity became evolved, in the way that Star Trek talks about, the evolution of humanity, the moral evolution of humanity. Um, there were lots of men in the world who were kind of like they lived inside the imagination of a little girl's conceptualization, because essentially, because they saw themselves as less than and therefore envious of other people who got differential amounts of attention in culture and society, because they felt that their identity or their physical embodiment put them at a disadvantage relative to other people, and then they were envious of the people who had the privilege that they didn't inherit or something like that, because of the shame or the fear of the loss of opportunity. That gave them the excuse to imagine what was lost, and therefore they could try to get a shortcut to what they were missing out on. So because the system and life had cheated them and given what was cheated from them to somebody else, they could take a shortcut in order to get a bit of it back for themselves, you know. So they were allowed to do shortcuts with other things. They were allowed to, what's the word? There's an idiom that says, you know, they were allowed. Oh, no, I can't remember the phrase properly. It's they were allowed to skip to the punch. No, that's not the phrase. They were allowed to take shortcuts in order to beat the other person to the punch. Yeah. So they're allowed to beat the other person to the punch. You know, you develop a short fuse, because then essentially it's like having a thick skin when you actually have a thin skin. So you're kind of, if you have a short fuse, then other people don't know if you have a thick skin or a thin skin. You're making the thickness of your skin ambiguous. So you're trying to embarrass other people because they make you feel embarrassed or ashamed, or relatively speaking, that's the implication. You know, I guess you could roughly equate this to the idea of body shame, right? But what is the source of this body shame in some sense, right? The source of this is no one's fault to some degree, because it's like, well, you know, girls and women, you know, you could say that that's where it really, you know, like did tall people go up to every woman in society when they were young and teach them to respect some things and to disrespect other things? Like, where did women get this idea? Where did girls develop this idea about what is good and what is bad, about, you know, what is a shameful thing to be associated with and what is an unshameful thing? You know, children can be cruel. Children are cruel and ignorant, or are they cruel in their knowledge, or are they cruel in their pretended knowledge, you know? Is it a game, or is it a game that someone wasn't able to acquit themselves from the game? They never finished playing the game. They're stuck in the game that was played as a child, you know, or they're stuck in some other incident that happened to them, right? So they have an incomplete. They're stuck in a cycle, right? They're stuck in some process that they put themselves in their own mind, and then the process isn't finished, and they're just trying to cope with that process, right, in some way or some other, right? And so, you know, we can kind of put a whole label on this. We can call it short man syndrome, but I guess we could also call it cruel woman syndrome. You know, is it short man syndrome, or is it internalized cruel woman syndrome, you know? But we have a double standard in society, where it's like, you know, we always just bootstrap the responsibility onto the male, and the woman gets off scot-free, and she's allowed to feel what she wants to feel and think what she wants to think, in some sense, because then we're also giving her the power to sit back and be the judge, the authentic judge. We're letting women judge men as ever they so wish. That's the cultural distribution of work within our cultural sexual marketplace specialization within our enculturation. We give women a different standard. This has a term for it in moral philosophy and moral thinking. We call it a double standard. Now, people, if they have any common sense, will realize that double standards are fucking dangerous. You know, and the people who suffer for this danger is teenage suicide rates. And do you know what the male-female suicide rates are? They're not the same. It's interesting because, I mean, the people, trans is very interesting because, a lot of people are not like authentically trans. They're just doing it for political props. They're doing it for attention. They're doing it to be mischievous about other people's beliefs, and they just want to language police other people. They just want to dictate to other people how to change, how to speak. They just want to incept other people and force them to do what they say in very strange ways that stops them from being able to have concepts about reality. So there's some people who just love controlling other people's conceptual reality. They don't believe that people are allowed to have their own understanding about anything. So instead of having a genuine argument about what the correct understanding is or a genuine discussion, instead they just throw around authority claims. You're not allowed to talk to me. Don't talk to me or my son ever again. Don't talk, there's a meme about that with a fat dog and a tiny fat dog. And there's, and that's basically the masculine version of the feminine witch. Those are boys that are grown boys and young boys. The child and the father, they're both boys. They're both orphans or some shit like that. And they've been adopted by a kind old witch, and the witch is feeding them sweets, and so they're fat, because they've internalized some bullshit thing. Anyway, I mean, obviously, I'm generalizing in my retort to a generalization because, I mean, how can you argue against a meme? It depends on. I mean, I'm referring to a particular life experience that I'm kind of channeling when I just gave that huge opinion that I just gave about the situation, but you don't really know the context that I'm referring to, so that's actually a bit ambiguous, which also means it's dangerous because it's open to interpretation, but perhaps, and then other people can blame me. They can say, well, I misled them because I said something that was ambiguous. Right. So now I'm the witch. You can use me as the kind old witch feeding you sweets, giving you the excuse to do whatever the fuck you want in your life. And then you can just blame it on me. Why can't we just, there's this beautiful song that I believe that I wrote the lyrics for. Wow, I say that a lot. What's his name? Man, I get so... James Blake. See, I've written lyrics for so many people with the name James that it gets a bit difficult. Because there are other Jameses that I've. There are a lot of Jameses that I know. Is it James Blake? I think I might have. No, I think I might have just messed up the word again. Anyway, it's a Calvin Harris song, which is also someone who I've written many, many, many lyrics. In fact, I believe that everything Calvin Harris, not. I think most of Calvin Harris is me. I mean, well, he treats me. Oh, this is. I don't know. Am I breaking confidences? I can't even remember. But I like it when I go there and I get to direct videos because I feel like I'm among friends and I'm treated nicely. He's a nice guy. He's a really nice guy. He's a really good listener. And then usually I develop some self-therapy while I'm talking to him, and then we turn it into a fucking song. We turn my sorrow into music. Anyway, okay, so the James Blake song that I'm trying to reference here is Blame It on the Night, I think is the name of the song. I know the lyrics very well, but I sometimes forget the names of songs. And I know what they're about. But that's an enlightened opinion. Blame it on the night, right? That there's a deep understanding there. I mean, obviously that's not the solution to every problem, but I'm saying having the nuance to be able to do that is basically a coded way of saying context matters. That's all it fucking means. Don't blame it on me, blame it on the night. Context fucking matters. That's what it means. Sometimes mistakes are just mistakes. They're not errors. And people that don't know the technical difference between a mistake and an error, they're fucking dangerous people. Watch out. They're also fucking evil. It doesn't matter what they think about themselves. They're evil. I'm telling you. If you don't know the difference between a mistake and error, and you don't care to make that distinction, you're an evil person. You're fucking up in the world badly. You are the reason why we're going to hell in a handbasket. Now, that's also okay. The problem is that there are a lot of people who are this kind of evil, and they have powers in the world. They get to vote every 4 or 5 years. Anyway, I'm not complaining against democracy. I still think democracy is the way to go. I'm just pointing out a fact. It's not a prescription. I'm just making an observation there. Anyway. You see, this is the problem with ambiguity. You can. So if I am talking beyond a very clear direction of teleological purpose, and this is the problem, is that, when people talk in the secular sphere and they are basically talking as agnostic, amoral atheists, or atheist polytheists, I think that, it's probably agnostic polytheist. Now, I was actually trying to conceptually, maybe this is just sounds like gibberish to people, but, to call someone an atheist polytheist. But I think that maybe that one doesn't make sense, because I don't know if I have actually thought about that term before, but there is an agnostic polytheist. That one I'm sure about. There are lots of agnostic polytheists out there. And I think when you speak in that valence, I think there is something very devious going on there. There's something Luciferian going on there. Or maybe you're just repeating something from a Luciferian. But anyway, but that's also the sin that is not unto death, which means that it might be rescued, it might be salvageable, it might be capable of let's say, subordinating it to an orientation that is fruitful and within the auspices of the purpose of the one fish. Sorry, I'm referencing a term that I used in my discussion with Mandy, but what I mean by one fish is one faith, one teaching, one accord, one unity in the faith, one understanding that is a justified understanding that is capable of due brotherly, let's say, compassion, or maybe I should be more technical, brotherly spiritual brotherhood, which is perhaps more dynamic than just saying compassion, because if you say compassion is also a pretty dynamic word, Passion, is passion good, is passion bad? A bit ambiguous, but it's shared passion. And how do you have a shared passion? Well, I would say that there's only one passion that is above sin. That is, passion for the truth, the gold, not love. God is love, but what is it a spirit of? What is the spirit of God? You have the discerning spirit, but ultimately, what is it? I was taught this by my priest. Priest Kerating told me this. God is the spirit of truth. It's the truth. It's interesting because people always say the truth will set you free. And then they leave out the extra, knowing the truth sets you free. And that's the problem, is that because people maybe don't know what they don't know. And they might know some things that they don't know, but there's also unknown unknowns. But again, that's also a Pandora's box. So we have to deal with the known unknowns. So let's just start there, because those are the stones that need to, so you can stop yourself from leaving no stone unturned. So instead of going through your mind and leaving no stone unturned looking for the truth, instead you say, okay, well, I imagine that there might be stones that I'll never be able to even locate that I might need to turn over. So because I can say that in my own mind, that's the magic spell that gives me the excuse to do whatever the fuck I want, and I don't even look. I look under the stones that I want to look under. I don't leave no stone unturned. So leaving no stone unturned doesn't mean looking over every single stone. It means actually actively seeking. It means the worm of doubt. Listen to the worm of doubt, for it speaks the truth to a higher understanding, right? Do you follow the doubt? Do you via negativa hate your mother and your father and your brother and your sister and even your own life to be worthy to be a disciple? There's this wonderful recording that I listened to, and I listened to it. Man, this is embarrassing because the name of his channel this is the first recording I've ever heard from his channel, and I couldn't believe just how spot on his doctrine was. Everything that he said in this recording, it dovetailed with my understanding of the doctrine. I didn't agree with all of the translations of the Bibles that he was using, because I didn't look up the same texts in the King James to contrast them. But at least his explanation and his reasoning over the texts were great. Like, there's not one thing in the video that I disagreed with, which is amazing. I mean, I said that I didn't like the translations that he used, but I mean, I don't know the alternative that he was making there. Maybe he was using translations that helped him make the point that he wanted to make a bit stronger. So there's a bit of there's a little bit of something going on there, which, that's speculation. I mean, I don't want to slander this guy because I really, in what he taught me by watching that video, I saw no issues in the content. His thinking was absolutely clear. It's just that, I don't know. In my experience, I have contrasted the New King James Version with the proper King James Version. And there have been discrepancies between the New King James and the proper King James that, in the core of the doctrine, that make me want to burn every New King James Bible in the world. I would rather that they not exist because of how they've fucked up the wording so badly to actually corrupt the doctrine in the core of the doctrine. So that makes me think that that Bible was translated by someone who was in a church. Maybe that church has got some of the teaching right, and so some of the King James, in the New King James, some of the Bible verses are okay, but others are not okay. But, when it gets to the core of the doctrine, it is fucked beyond recognition. You can't even... the doctrine of Christ is ruined. In the New King James, 1 John chapter 4, it's utterly ruined. Burn the book. It's shit. So, I mean, for that alone, I don't like the New King James. But it's interesting because maybe the other verses that he was referring to, there weren't those kinds of alterations. But anyway, so that's the one red flag that I had about the recording, is just that it might encourage other people to go into other translations, which, when you translate something like that, it's very risky. Anyway, my voice is a bit tired. And I was actually going to specifically go into the part of the false ego, though. But, it might be interesting because, I was going to say more about tamas and about how it's connected to the unconscious and the superego. And tamas is basically hypnotized by what they see as base reality. And basically all tamasic types, therefore, I think, are basically gravitated towards the unconscious side of the mind. So they are obsessed with reality more than the other two things. So I think that basically... let me think about this from a Scientology perspective. So then I think that maybe sattva is subconscious ego related, which means that it's probably connected to the subconscious parent function, because the subconscious parent function is kind of situated in those two things. So, depending on people's metagram circuitry in terms of the seed that is planted into the unconscious dominant function, which is the beginning of the chain of the metagram circuit that is housed within the metatype. And maybe, again, I want to further speculate that maybe you can change your metatype. If your metagram circuit is dissolved, that maybe your metatype can actually reorientate or grow up into metatype 13 or the transcendental 13 I do see metatype 13 as being, let's say, the template of knowledge, which is where the word science kind of is rooted in the word knowledge, but or to know or something. So, maybe Scientology is the end game here or something like that. Maybe that's, sort of the Star Trek evolution, but there are lots of ways of sort of amounting up into it. But giving due regard and care to ethical grounding, that is the love of the spiritual brotherhood. And if you read 1 John chapter 5, you'll see how scriptural this is. That the love of God is like a culture between people in their minds. That's where God lives, not up above you in the sky, in space, in your mind, in your heart of understanding, not in the thing that pumps your blood around in your chest, the values between your temples, in your mind. So the mind has two conditions. It has a true condition and it has a fleshly condition, because you're thinking about the flesh, right? Anyway, so again, the Spirit of God is the Spirit of truth. God is love, but we need to serve him in spirit and in truth. That means that our spirit must be the only begotten Son, Christ consciousness. Pick up your cross and follow. There is no vicarious redemption. Salvation is not offered as a wafer that is a ritualistic symbol of brotherhood, because the body of Christ is the church, right? So if the body of Christ is what you are eating in the communion, right, as the ritual symbol, you are cannibalizing your brethren. You're not cannibalizing someone who lived 2,000 years ago. You're eating the flesh of your brethren. You're helping them with salvation. That's the promise of communion. That's the blood covenant. Is that if you're in a church with someone, that you have the responsibility to tell them the truth in spirit and in truth, in service. To love and to the spirit of truth is higher than, love will get you something, love, if you love a sport and you come second best, it's not bad to come second best, but, bring your silver to the altar so it can be refined into gold, into the spirit of truth. That's the function of the teaching in the church, is that you burn the things on the altar, burn away the flesh until the gold is worked, because of what has been grafted into you, because the gold that has been shed and grafted into you, the spirit of church, the spirit of truth that has been shared in the church. And so, there are lots of people who have altars and they've burnt away the wrong things. The blood of the saints has gone spilled on those altars. Abraham pretended to be about to sacrifice one of his sons in the retrospect of it all, right? Abraham was about to sacrifice one of his sons to God, and then God said, no, it's just a test. Some people did that pretending to do that under the blood covenant that Christ offered to us. Maybe I shouldn't call it a blood covenant, but the blood of Christ, which is the symbol of the covenant that true Christianity is, in the true teaching. But many people don't have the true teaching. They just have mimicry of it. They just have they're LARPing. They have imitated it. They have inherited it from other people who were imitating it. Because there's even some value in the ritual. There's even some Holy Spirit remnant, sort of thing. And they're, I mean, this is the same people that like will go sniff chemicals to feel a rush in their head. That's what these people are. They've never heard sound doctrine in their life. In fact, they're antithetical to sound doctrine because they inherited their so-called teaching, their devilish doctrine. They inherited it from people that were anathema to sound doctrine. They already inherited it from a section of wicked people that worked out that we have got a good way of grafting our sorry, is that the right word? What's the word what do they call them? Grafters? No. What they this accusation that people use on YouTube that people grifters, yeah. So you're either a grafter or you're a grifter, And these are just grifters essentially. They're parasites. They cut other people down to make themselves look taller. Small man syndrome. But I guess you could also blame them because maybe it's not small man syndrome, maybe it's Jezebel protection syndicalism. It's a syndicate of Jezebel, Princess Madonna. There's a whole lot of Jezebel princesses out there, and there are a lot of guys who even mimic the princesses. The short guys that you might as well call them princess. Are you getting hot under the collar there, Miss Princess? Oh, you want me to read your mind, do you? Oh, what do women want? That's the age-old, question. What do women want? I have to start asking that because you're a short shit. You're a short guy, so I have to imagine what it is that you want. You can't even take the rebuke. You can't even take the reprimand and grow from it. So you'll just be that your whole entire life, Miss Princess. And that's, that's why people tease each other, get the fuck over yourself, grow the fuck up, but they can't do it because they actually do just want to be taller. They can't give that up, that they do actually just want to be taller. They just want it to be easier. They just want what other people have because it's the green-eyed monster, or envy. Isn't that what they call it? Did no one ever give you the Aesop's fable, and did no woman ever teach you, the greed-eyed, these little stories, And then some people have got these really reactionary stories, and they say, don't get in situations where you might encourage envy because then your guardian angel will punish you, or your guardian angel needs to teach you a lesson, or people will talk in this weird fucking spiritism bullshit. Oh, you're making the angels cry, or some shit like that. It's like, wow, you're a fucking polytheist if I've ever saw one before. But I mean, like, that's at least you're being honest about your level of understanding. So, maybe if someone can just teach you that, all of this talk about angels is, that's why I was lucky that I had a grandmother that was so knowledgeable about everything. She taught me how to swear. She taught me so much because she knew a little bit about everything. And just because she knew about it doesn't mean that she agreed with it. And doesn't mean that she thought about it and she had some bit of an opinion about it, but she knew what she knew for damn well what she didn't know. Very, very well. She was like a fucking encyclopedia of culture. The things that she told me, the things that she knew, absolutely crazy. The depth of understanding that I could synthesize from the experience of my grandmother. Both grandmothers, in fact, although my other grandmother, it was interesting, they were kind of, both of my grandmothers were very, very rich in a different way to one another. It's interesting, their body types are also completely opposite. This reminds me of the Robin Hobb books in The Forest Mage. I obviously... it's weird. I'm actually a mesomorph, actually. You wouldn't know it by looking at me since I'm overweight, but I actually am a mesomorph. So maybe I can still look pretty again in the future if I lose weight. But anyway, I don't want to... but I do think that there is this thing that people spiritually are connected to their own body differently. Some people hold on to things intellectually, and some people hold on to things in their own feeling. I'm opening a whole can of worms, and I don't have the energy to talk about it exhaustively or sufficiently enough, so let me not try to get into that. But having that contrasting depth of insight was very mutually. In fact, I mean, I guess I was just lucky that my other grandmother had such a deep, mysterious life that had some, you know, in some sense, my one grandmother, she recorded the tragedy of life that happened around her, and the other grandmother recorded the tragedy of life that she stoically. Well, both of my grandmothers were very stoic people. I can't say that they weren't. But, their lives were just very different. And I think in the spectrum of that complexity, it really opened my eyes to the content of the world in a way that was palpable and rich and accessible, in terms of the three-dimensional depth that I could intuit from that alone was a primer that was, because the family drama of my one grandmother was so, she carried it with her in a way that was integrated in her intellect, and the other one carried her understanding of the world in a way that was integrated sort of in her intuition and her feeling, and so it's interesting that I mean, there's so many connections to nobility in my family. So I mean, I've been cautioned against even talking about this, because it's not nice to hear someone boast about how they are a scion, because they come from such storied lineages and things like that. And I've wondered if the only benefit that has ever offered me is the riches of the drama that my grandmothers knew about. Because they taught it to me when I was young, and that's when I needed it, So they gave me the encyclopedia that they gave me, a reservoir of experience accessible that made me older than my I when I was 2 years old, I count myself that I was over 1,000 in my insight, in human years. But it's interesting. I wonder if maybe that, because maybe both of my grandmothers were well, I guess that they were capable of communicating with me, and that maybe unlocked a lot of the treasure. I mean, they both did really like me. They treated me very nicely. Uh, it was a very magical childhood with my grandmothers. How well that they treated me, and sorry, I'm looking over my grandfather, because he was slightly distant, because he was always working, and he was very industrious and things like that. I mean, he would cook very nicely and things like that, but it wasn't sort of the same level of. I mean, obviously, in some sense, you don't know what goes on in the background. I mean, obviously, people talk, so I don't know to what level he was helping educate me through my grandmother, by my grandmother. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I didn't pry into people's private relationships and what the dynamics are. You only see what you see when you're in the room with people, and you can, and I didn't inquire those other things, which are, I mean, I do believe in interpersonal connections. I don't believe in indirect interpersonal gossip, I guess. Obviously you can talk about other people in such a way that if you have an issue with somebody else, you can kind of ask somebody else as a way to find a way to resolve a problem that you might seemingly have. But then they might also be able to tell you the answer to the question, which means that, it isn't a problem, obviously it's interesting because, when you are a very young boy or just a young child, it's interesting how, well, maybe it's a cultural thing. Usually you're surrounded and educated by women, and there's no sort of masculine father that is imparting things to you. But I mean, that might be a cultural, temporal, that might just be because, maybe men have a hands-off approach because we know that the teaching is broken. We know that the tradition is false. We know that we're on, we know that we're kind of, that the father archetype is in a tumultuous time of recollection. And so, maybe that's why we're in a generation of bastards, to be blunt about it. Maybe that was sort of part of the, let's say, the collective process, that because, we're still kind of a little bit culturally shocked by some things, let's even say internationally. I know some people will say, oh, you're talking on behalf of people that wouldn't agree with you. But, if we can just say that, World War II was pretty shocking, and the Vietnam War was pretty shocking, and, a lot of these things, and colonialization was shocking in some sense of the aftermath, although that's kind of a bit shocking in different sort of ways, because there's a different cultural context in Africa when you're not dealing with exactly nations that have reference books and histories about themselves, and you just have word of mouth, and you have oral traditions, and you have family lineages, which are very, important to people. That kind of, that family drama, what I've just described, I think, is actually very much part of the African ideal social it's part of the I mean, I've learned so much living in South Africa. I mean, I guess people can, when I was very, very young, I could speak Zulu, and I had some encounters with people, which I've talked about in other recordings. It's kind of sad that I don't speak it anymore, but because I remember learning something about by using the language and by how the language sounds and things like that. That there was a kind of special poetry that you could kind of do, which was very interpersonally expressive. But and it's interesting. It's like I think it's the same as this Vedic singing language. When you have a language that is a singing language, you can be clever in a different way. You can be poetical in a different way. You can actually show off your intelligence in a different way. That's very it's very idiomatic to the individual that's using the language, and therefore individuals can have a huge influence on influencing other people to talk like them, potentially. You can kind of be a celebrity just by how you use the language a little bit more than in other ways, in non-singing languages. But there is, I think, a reason why the singing languages from the Vedic Hindu history, as it were, why that was collapsed. Although I think still, I think Hindi, some dialects of language in India still have this problem. And in fact, I think, this is what causes fracture and polytheism, is that if you don't have this kind of knowledge core of a language and you let it all disintegrate into laxity and lack of conceptual consistency, then essentially you don't have concepts, and then instead of concepts you have the dust of formlessness. And if you have formlessness, then you only have intrigue, and you never have proper curiosity that can be resolved. Because, so some people, they don't even have the mystery to resolve the mystery. First you have to have a stable mystery, then you can hope to resolve the mystery. But if you don't even have curiosity about a mystery, because you don't even have the mystery, you instead just have intrigue, because you don't even have a stable form to begin with. So at some point you just have to have a word, you just have to have a convention, and you say, no, that's what the thing means. We call it a man or a boy because it has a penis. We call it a woman or a female, or a girl, sorry, if it has a vagina. That is just, that's what it's called. And we just have that as a convention. That's the definition of the word. And so you can have people that are breaking the definition of a word because they're trying to troll you, and they'll say, no, but I am better than the dictionary. I am more equal than the dictionary. Or you are saying that it's only that way because it's written in the dictionary. Well, I'll go and team up with a whole lot of other people, and we'll make a troll dictionary, and we'll change the definition of the word. And now you've got a new dictionary that is trying to subvert the old dictionary. And then you're trying to say, well, which dictionary should we use? And then if you're in a political system that has a shitty legal system, they will say, well, we can't tell, it's an academic exercise. They get to decide what the language is, or the users of the language get to decide. And at some point you have to say, well, you're not talking proper English. You're talking you're talking an invented language by devils. And that is also how things are corrupted. That is how the teaching gets lost. Because you just move the goalposts. You just subvert the reference. You turn it into disorder, disarray. You turn it into disfigurement. You run away because you're trying to protect something that shouldn't be protected, because it's actually the thing that you're trying to protect is your double standard, or your greed, or your envy, which you use to play games with, because you don't think that there is a solution to the problem, or you don't want there to be a solution to the problem because it should have been easier in the first place. So you're kind of crying out that someone should have prevented the problem from happening. I wish someone had actually secretly stepped in and already solved the problem. And maybe that would have happened if we could just be honest about the problem, and then we would work towards solving the problem. But no one wants to be honest about it, because a lot of people are grifting, because they use the differential in the marketplace to flex their muscles and be corrupt and steal things, or thieve or be corrupt. Because why allow everyone to have access to something when you can just make it scarce, more scarce, and be above average, and then you can feel good about yourself in contradistinction to other people? It's kind of zero-sum thinking. There are a lot of zero-sum piranhas out there. They're parasites. They're evil people, essentially. Now, there is one kind of zero-sum thing. There is one zero-sum thing that you can't get away from in some sense, which is don't blaspheme the Holy Ghost. But that's a deep doctrinal, psychological, intellectual thing that is sadly needed to ground all of this shit. All of these problems cannot be grounded if you don't think that there is stable truth. If you literally just believe in the atheistic, polytheistic, amoral disorder, that there is no resolution, there is no solution. There's just, so, if you're agnostic about the issue of truth, or you ground it in something that is fundamentally unstable or can be gamified, then you really are denigrating the human being to being less than, there's a kind of, anyway, I can get into this, but now I'm just pontificating about the moral philosophy. But, there's a form of indignation which is essentially self-establishing, self-referencing in your own indignation. You're indignant because you're indignant of other people who wish to remove indignation from the world because you believe that indignation is necessary, and then anyone, and then you can also accuse everybody. It's like a moral thesis that is so ambiguous that you can force everybody else to say that, look, you're doing that formula, and then I'm doing the formula, and everyone is stuck doing the formula. Everyone can't but do the same thing, so everyone's the same as everybody else, and you have a stupid equality kind of idea that removes qualitative understanding and replaces it with a kind of quantitative nominalism and a kind of set of stupid rules, and like, let's just follow these rules when they're not understood, instead of telling people why they don't understand and what their next step would be to actually, if they cared about understanding, but they care less. And so don't expect to aspire to knowledge that you expect that you should already obtain or have access to, ready access to, when you haven't got your ducks in a row. You haven't followed the right order of operation. Because you're not actually looking for the answer. You don't want the answer. You want the substitute for the answer. You love the darkness. You love the ignorance. You love not knowing. You love the nescience. You love the shortcuts. You love the grift. You love the game. You don't love the truth. Your first love is lost. Because you did actually, at some point in your being, I would hazard the bet that you weren't always a bastard, but you decided to take on the identity of a fatherless, and I mean this in the spiritual sense, a spiritual fatherlessness and a spiritual bastardization. And you did that in order to allow yourself to arm yourself with grifting tools and grifting instruments, and that is not to reprimand people who believe in technology and tools and solutions. But obviously, it is a complicated ethical thing, though, because, you can technologically avoid problems which are problematic, perhaps, to do, because if you try to avoid problems, you end up inculcating a different problem that has the old problem sort of confused into it, and now you might have an insoluble or a harder to solve problem. And problems that are harder to solve, that are insoluble in their original form, can make you feel like you're in a dharmic shock, that now you don't know south, you don't know north, you don't know, like, are you up in the air? Will you ever walk around on the planet again? You're stuck in an anti-gravity chamber, and you don't know which way is up and which way. You're disorientated, you're ungrounded, you're untethered to your own reality in your own reference point. So can you make a new reference point? Can you make a new grounding for yourself? Can you reestablish yourself? Can you make yourself reborn in spirit? Can you resurrect yourself from spiritual death to spiritual life, by your own understanding, by the rebirth of your understanding, by a better understanding, And that's, this is the metaphor of Bleach. If you've watched the anime Bleach, is Soul Society, Death Gods, Shinigami, Death Gods. They're gods of death. Who are gods of death? The gods of death are people who have the Holy Ghost on their side. They're death gods. They're the ones who decide if you can be resurrected or not. And you have to get it from them, and you get it from them by allowing them to pierce your heart with their soul slayer. Because the soul belongs to one thing and one thing alone. It belongs to God and no one else. And so what is the sword? The sword is the spiritual symbol of the tongue, of the thing that allows you to speak words, because the word is the seed, the spiritual seed, and it goes in and it gets watered by the teaching, and then it grows. And that is how people are reborn. The seed goes all over the place and goes into places that has shallow ground. It goes into places that has rocky ground. It goes into places where it gets washed away because torrential rains wash it away, or the water quality is not good enough. It has too much salt in the water that it crusts the earth, and then the earth actually has got so much mineral salt content that when the rain comes again, that I don't know, it's just the pH is fucked, I guess, and then the seed is kind of constrained because it's surrounded by salt, you know. That's a natural metaphor, but there's, context matters, as it were, and people can always blame context, but there's also always a choice that people have. And there's the choice to excuse yourself, and there's a choice to persevere and to seek the kingdom. First, seek the kingdom. But the problem is that when you want the kingdom of God, what is your definition of God? If you don't even know what the fuck God is, and you just say, well, God is love, but you don't want to know God in spirit, you just want love. Well, there are lots of other things that go under the label of love. Sympathy goes under the label of love very, very, very often. Demon letter chains and such. Sympathy. That's probably why people are addicted to those kinds of tricks and deviling things. Anyway, so, people are, do people know how to replicate pleadings? That was one of the points I made in another recording. I think that was a very important point. People don't even know how to listen to what somebody else is actually saying and process it. It's Jordan Peterson made that point beautifully as well. I saw that, made that point on his channel. Anyway, voice is getting a bit tired. Anyway, that's probably good enough. That'll do, pig. That's what was written in Charlotte's Web, wasn't it? In the Animal Farm. No. That wasn't, had nothing to do with the Animal Farm. That was, man, what was the name of that book? Babe. Wasn't Babe the name of that pig? Can't remember. Man. Was that a Roald Dahl book? I think that was a Roald Dahl book. Man, I can't even remember if I've read Animal Farm. No, that definitely didn't happen in Animal Farm. That happened in a book, I think, that was called Babe, which was the name of a pig. And then the pig was saved because the spider wrote in the spider web, that pig or something. Oh, I can't remember. I might be misquoting the book. Man, I've got so many little fragments of scattered thingies. This is a third part addendum from, if you're listening to this recording is actually a composite of 3 separate recordings that have been stitched together, and this is the last addendum. I just wanted to do some housekeeping, which might actually not be necessary because I can't remember, but I can't be entirely sure, but I believe that I left, I was developing a subject, and then I moved into a tangent, and I didn't finish that subject, which was already kind of tangential on the main thread. And so I finished a tangent, probably went on to yet another tangent, and then rejoined the main thread, and I left one thing languishing there. So I just want to retouch that just to make sure if I didn't make. So I was going on about, sort of how proud I was being a Briton, right? Or in the lineage of Britain. And I wanted to talk about the excellence of Britain, what is noteworthy about Britain, and then I ended up derailing myself and not finishing that thread. But let me just make it explicitly clear that the point that I was making about the Yes Prime Minister and Yes Minister series, in which Humphrey says, that thank goodness we live in a society in which the heartless took over and conquered the mindless, because at least if we weren't, at least then we weren't run by mindless people, because if we were run by mindless people, I made the comment that it would be genocide daily, it would be, it would be massacres ad hoc, it would just be chaos, it would be bedlam. So it's better to be ruled by, if you had a choice between the mindless and the brainless, sorry, the heartless and the mindless, you would rather be ruled by the heartless, because then at least then there would be some consistency, and at least under consistency you can make progress. You can say, well, actually, wouldn't it be more intelligent to do something else? Obviously, that doesn't exactly work, because you can't just divide the human being into those two faculties, into, let's say, the rationality faculty and the reasonableness faculty. You need there's a kind of sexuality between these two, this dichotomous view. Obviously, it's an oversimplification. Anyway, I kind of treated that with some sophistication when I brought it up at the time, but let me finish the thread that I left languishing. The thread that I left languishing is that not only then did the Britons care about consistency in a divine way, in a goodly way, in a godly way even as well, inclining themselves towards the good, inclining themselves to integrate towards, roughly in keeping with maximizing the Christian religion, that there was a Christian ethos sort of undergirding this, but it had already taken on almost a kind of ingenious, secular, enlightened project, which was obviously being driven as part of the royal project, right? Or at least the hidden meaning of why the Catholic Church perhaps allowed kings, but obviously Britain distanced itself from the Catholic Church, but it didn't perhaps distance itself from the purpose of the monarchy in conjunction with the faith, right? So they were still in the tradition of faith, and they left Catholicism behind because they cared not about calling themselves Catholic, they cared about actually sticking to the faith, So there's something about that if you just, and they continued to be more and more studious, even as they, were lambasted perhaps for, I mean, this is written in history. This is written in the history of the Jacobite rebellion and all these sorts of things, right? Anyway, but let me just say as well that the other point here that's worth raising is that when Britain did this, it wasn't just fighting off these rebellions of wanting to go back to tradition or dogma or orthodoxy. It was plodding forward, valiantly so, but they allowed themselves to be conquered by the right knowledge. They didn't go say, oh, we're British, you're not British, so you're not as good as us, fuck you. Britain means being better. They weren't white supremacists, as this modern crazy ideology is, this feminist infused ideology, because that's really, the problem today is not heteronormativity as these people try to label society, that, oh, the heteronormativity is white supremacy, is genocide against trans people, and then they use that as their excuse to destroy language and undefine concepts and leave concepts undefinable and unthinkable. They're trying to take things off the table so that everyone is forced to play their petty game of self-aggravation, and then you have to go and join the witch hunt, essentially, and then we can all ritualistically, sort of go back to this primitive spiritualism of, sort of constantly reviving some crazy groupthink, like is just going from one groupthink to the next. It's completely feminist infused culture. I mean, this women get away with this. They get away with just, anything that's fashionable, anything and everything that's fashionable. That's what goes. You can't even have a good relationship if it's not fashionable. If it's not culturally fashionable, a woman will have every excuse to follow fashion and to rake you over the coals, unless she actually breaks with that inculturation. The problem is the inculturation of feminism that hasn't yet, in generally speaking, this SJW ideological cult is antithetical to the individual dignity and the individual capacity for understanding. That's what they don't believe in: individual values and grounding in an internal locus of control. They believe in the mob, and they believe that the mob is essentially synonymous with feminist identitarian power, I guess. They're just fascists. I mean, this is exactly how Nazi Germany developed by the white knights that fell to the feminist wiles and the feminist sentiment, and all the legions of stupid men that got adopted by it because, they were already looking for an excuse to indulge in their pathetic self-tarnishing, kind of disintegration of their own soul in some sense. It's all based on a kind of agnostic polytheism, So they use the agnosticism to fob people off and to play evasive games, and they use the polytheism to ground their identitarian matrix of reality, right? So it's kind of that's their game, and then they are using that game to troll everything and to destabilize, common conventions of language which are needed in order to stabilize people's understanding. So if you keep people on the rope, if you keep people strung up and dancing to your tune because you keep on changing the definition of things as you change the fashion, as you change the culture in this tumultuous way, you're destabilizing people. You're forcing them to never be able to have a solid framework because the meaning of the words are constantly changing. The dictionary is constantly being updated. That's the problem, is that ethical words are constantly in a kind of revolving door, of moving the goalposts in a kind of circular, and until people get so abused by the circular flow of this. And when I say circular, I just mean that it's repeating itself, it's recurring, it's a formula, until people believe that the formula is God, that the God of this social fashionable bullshit is their God, and this is essentially, this is why women have often been castigated in traditional society as being the more demonic sex, as it were, because they give themselves license to develop this kind of infantilism, because it really comes down to lowest common denominator sexual politics to some degree, because men can be successful later in life. Women have a kind of optimum point at which they start to lose cultural currency. So they have to kind of pretend to be older than they are, younger than they should, because they know that that's their peak selling point. That they're trying to maximize trading up in the world. And so, like, this is, like, let's say, a brute fact, and the only thing that can overcome this kind of brute fact or lowest common denominator sexual optimization strategy is a strong enough culture that says, yeah, we could all be mercantile about ourselves. We could treat ourselves like a meat market. We could just subdue ourselves into the sexual, and so women have been feeding off of and stoking the sexual marketplace for a long time because they actually have been equal partners in the world. And in some sense, like, they have been parasitically, psychologically manipulating men for a long time. and men have given them the double standard to allow them to do this, so men have been complicit. So in some sense, men are equally guilty of this. The white knights and partially the black knights, which are kind of, I guess the white knights are pretending to be good heterosexuals, and the black knights are sort of pretending to be, I can't think of the right word, bad boy lesbians. The black knights are just kind of bad boy lesbians, and so they're sort of pretending to be. Anyway, trying to teach the white knights a lesson by trolling the white knights and showing how bad they are at conforming to the so it's kind of good cop bad cop kind of game playing in terms of let's say satisfying the hypergamous sort of dating game or something like that. Anyway, so there's an easier way of, I mean, I know this I mean, like, you can't talk me out of this because I've experienced this firsthand and I've broken it firsthand. When I say that I've broken it, like, I have stolen women out of this mentality, but they're addicted to it. They are, it's the way of the world, and they get imprinted by it, and then they think, well, it's the way of the world, so they've normalized it. They've normalized the ethical double standards. And now that culture is celebrating it, they can double down into it, which is at least making it's good. That's a good thing because now it's coming into view. Thank God Hollywood is making all these villainous women the heroes of their movies, because then Critical Drinker can actually make a 10-minute video that says, these movies are morally disgusting. They're morally repugnant. In fact, if you just reversed the sexes of the main characters, the audience would even admit that it was a shitty movie with an evil moral premise. It's trying to normalize disgusting, incongruent, shitty, deplorable behavior, but because a woman does it, everyone claps and says, oh, she's so brave. Oh, she's given up so much. It's disgusting. It's I can't say more than that, I guess, really. But I can go through the emotional act of being disgusted by it, but it's grotesque, and the thing that's missing is that there's no moral outrage. But obviously, I don't mean outrage in the sense of just venting steamy anger and wrath. I mean outrage in the sense of encouraging people calmly that no, that must have a cultural punishment, should be attached to that. There should be some sanction. There should be some shame, cultural shame attached to that. But obviously that, as soon as you try to do that, then they'll call you a Nazi and say that you're trying to enforce heteronormativity. Well, why are you allowed to enforce anti-heteronormativity, Whatever happened to equality, And in some sense, they'll say, "Oh, you're trying to create equality. You're trying to deny equality of outcome." Yes, I am trying to deny equality of outcome. Why should everything create the same outcome? I watched this brilliant MGTOW video. Hopefully I'll remember. I always say that I'm going to link things and I never link them. Some of the wording of this MGTOW video is a little bit hard. When I was listening to it, I couldn't follow it easily, but I know that if I sat down and thought about it, I would be able to unlock everything that was being said there, because you could tell that this person obviously wrote it down as an essay, and I bet that it's cogent. I really do bet that everything that he said makes sense, but some of it you probably have to replay because it doesn't flow, it doesn't. I don't want to criticize him because, this is good content. It really is high quality content. This person has obviously synthesized a lot of information, but yeah, I mean, Mark Manson has got this gift a bit where he's learned how to display it in a way that it's easy for people to consume. And I can be very good at helping people formulaically work out how to I mean, it's ironic because I don't do this myself, but that's because I'm just trying to generate the raw material, as it were. And I'm so busy, I'm going at breakneck speed that I really don't have the time to slow down and make it digest. I mean, I don't make 10-minute videos, I make 3-hour videos, So anyway, but what's my point, man? I still haven't gotten to finishing my thread. You see, I keep on derailing myself because it's such a rich concept, so I'm preempting it. I'm trying to intuitively build up to it, and I keep on derailing. Okay, let me just make this point. So the point is, you see, I'm combining it with this thing that I already want to talk about. I already wanted to make this new recording. I plan in the future to actually make a recording that's going to be completely about sex. It's going to be completely about sexuality, and it's going to prove a lot of the things that I was already just going into. But it's also going to teach people how to outplay the game, essentially. How to, because I was so inspired by this beautiful MGTOW video, which was like, actually I don't remember how long it was, but it was pretty short. It was short and good and condensed, and it was rich with content. It was a brilliant video. So hopefully I'll put the link in there. I think I will put the link in, because I've already passed on that link to 2 other people. That's how good I thought it was, and so I've saved the link in my notes, and it's in a prominent place, so I'll be able to transpose it easily. See, that's why I don't put in links for things, is because I'm actually getting too busy now. I really do wish I had a secretary, but anyway, one can dream, can't one? Okay, so what is my point? So the point that I wanted to make about the Britons is that this is why they deserve to take over so much of the world that they did take over, is because when they found something that was superior to them, they didn't destroy it. They didn't destroy it. When they found something that actually put them to shame and they didn't know that what they had was better or not, they rather preserved it, because they actually believed in preserving the treasure of the world and the richness of the world. Yes, they went in and they changed things, and quite frankly, they were hated because of the disruption that they caused. But actually, all the people that resent them, I would submit, are actually the evil people and the evildoers of the world. You can resent the British, but they did. The British were defeated by Gandhi. The British, I would say, famously were defeated in 2 different ways. They were defeated by the Zulu nation militarily, and they were defeated by the Indians non-militarily, by pacifism. And you could say both times they kind of left because they said, okay, well, I guess we're not wanted here and we've been outplayed. And they actually humbly, or when they did leave, they didn't leave and poison the wells. They didn't leave and spike the punch. They didn't try to poison people on the way out. They left they left and they said, please stay in the Commonwealth. Please, let's make it Commonwealth. I mean, how's that for fucking grace? And this world is how, is now going to say, oh, no, thank you, colonialism is evil. Well, do you know how fucking evil your own people were to yourselves? If you really feel that way, if you feel colonialism is so evil, why don't you go back to how things used to be? Do you know what the status quo was before the British got involved in a lot of places? Now, there are some exceptions to this, so I don't want, the Afrikaners, I'm sure, can actually say a lot of bad things about the British and the Trail of Tears, and, I mean, you can really say, okay, the British were racist colonialists. That's fucking bullshit. I'll tell you why. There's proof that they're not racists in their colonialism, because, the first people that the British put into concentration camps were other white people, okay? The British invented the concentration camp, although please don't conflate that with Nazi Germany. It's not really quite the same thing. It was pretty bad. Look, concentration camps are a terrible, shitty thing to do, right? But, you can't also, it's a different time. It's a different context. It's, you can't just impose different moral standards onto history unless you're going to take the rest of history into account, right? So, I really don't like, when people try to say, well, colonialism was a crime. What the fuck are you talking about? Do you know what the fuck law is? A crime according to whose right to what? Do you know what the law of the jungle is? Do you know what the international law is? Do you know what the international law governing European affairs were? Do you know what the law of nations is? Do you know what the law of nations is? Do you not even, I mean, do you know, are you so fucking uneducated? Do you know nothing about history? You know, who taught you history? A fucking Nazi? A race and gender studies professor? Is that who taught you history? You know, you've been taken over by an ideological cult and you have no idea what the fuck, you don't know your ass from your own elbow. You know, you've been so fucking mind warped and mind fucked by an education system that has watered down the teaching and watered down the intellect, so much so that you can actually essentially grow up in a fucking, you know, I mean, cult is really the best word, but, you know, anyway, I don't want to be too cruel to the SJWs because they do have some value to them in that the ruckus that they have caused has been a stress test to the systems of the world, and in some obtuse way has proven that there are structural systemic oppression type kinds of things, but not in the way, not the way that the SJWs are complaining about the system. So the SJWs say that everything is genocide against trans people because everyone wants to deny the corruption of the dictionary, the corruption of the definition of basic words. That if you don't allow people, and by the way, they're not even standing up for real trans people. They care about fake trans people. They don't care about genuine trans people. Because do you think genuine trans people want to destroy gendered language and stable gender concepts? I mean, if you destroy gender concepts and stable sexual concepts, what is there to transition into? You know, the idea that non-binary is part of trans is a, I mean, like, that just, in my view, you know, it's very clear that these people, they don't care about what they supposedly care about, which is defining their own gender identity or defining their own sexuality or something like that. They care about controlling other people's thoughts. They care about thought control, essentially, because they don't know where the boundary is in open liberal democracy. They don't believe in open liberal democracy. They believe in closed, democratic, authoritarian groupthink. They believe as long as 51% or 50% plus one vote, as long as they have 50% plus one vote, they can have gulags. They can do whatever the fuck they want. In fact, they'll send white people to the gas chamber probably, because they'll say, well, these people, they won't accept equality of outcome, so they must go to the gas chamber because they're using the conspiracy theory of white monopoly capital. It's the same thing as the feminists have against the MGTOW people. It's because, you know, you won't submit to their crazy centrist, statist, you know, sort of parasitic extraction using culture and sexuality. And if you break the program, if you leave the matrix, and I want to actually get into specific sexual things as to how to break the matrix, because you can actually break the matrix without doing it politically. You can just do it naturally. You can actually do it naturally. There are ways to have sex as a man. There are things that if you do and you embody and you know that you embody them, that uh, you don't fall under the spell, although you still will probably be, you might, ironically, you might be an incel. You know, you might be involuntarily celibate because, you know, maybe if the only women that exist in the world are corrupt, troglodyte, deplorable witches, you know, that just want to manipulate and use sexual witchcraft to, you know, sort of inspire, you know, white knights and dark knights. I mean, you know, if you know, women as a block, as a faction, do have, by their, you know, this is why women force each other to fall in line a lot of the time, because their cultural manipulation doesn't work unless they operate as a block. You know, they lose their feminine group social identity politics power doesn't work unless they work as a group collective, right? And so there are women out there who are stable individuals, and they are much more feminine. Their sensuality is much deeper. Their intimacy is much more genuine. They are authentic people. These girls, these would-be princesses, these hypergamous witches and crazy, you know, sex craven, um, Look, and obviously, sexual stuff is problematic because, in some sense, you could say that there is, at least on a conceptual level, there is a need to procreate, or there is a desire to procreate. That wouldn't it be a good thing, right? But if you put the cart before the horse, if you put the means as a subordinate afterthought after the ends, what about the fidelity of the means, the fidelity of the process, the integrity of how you proceed in the means? If you don't care about the style of how you do something, but you only care about the means to the ends, you only care about what you want to affect, and you don't care about how you cause it to come about. If you don't care about the fidelity of the process, if you have no integrity into the fidelity of the process, then you have no ethics. You're dangerous. You're potentially violent because what won't you do? This is the famous trick that men play with women. They say, okay, uh, a guy comes up to a woman and says, "Would you sleep with me for $1 million?" And then she kind of looks a little bit flustered and a little bit mystified, and then she says, "I guess I would," or something like that. And then he says, "Would you sleep with me for 50 cents?" And then she basically, gets all stroppy and thinks about slapping him, or maybe does slap him, or says something rude and says, "What the fuck is wrong with you?" And then she says, "Who the fuck do you think I am?" And then he says, "Oh, we've really established who you are. We're just haggling over the price at this point." That's the joke. That's the joke of putting the literal. You could say that's the sexual tension of literal versus figurative, which is another point which is beautifully made by this Mitgar video. I'm stealing that. I must give credit. I mustn't plagiarize. Um, I must put the link of it in my comments. You see, when I refer to other things, I sometimes don't put the link, but I also imagine that other people know what I'm referring to, because in my world, it's in my tunnel, in my little corner of the internet, I think that people have the same suggestion, it's quite nice. I mean, maybe the algorithm helps you in this way. I've also been thinking about trying to make a video somewhat lamenting if Twitter, the thing that's happening around Twitter is a very important landmark. It's a watershed moment in the culture war. The tides in the culture war is finally turning through the Elon Musk and the Twitter thing, because it's actually the demons are being revealed, are being unveiled. The skirts are being pulled off. I shouldn't maybe make all of these metaphors. People are going to start calling me a sex fiend or something, or they're going to say that I'm encouraging women to be defrocked, or it's interesting. There was an interesting scene in Game of Thrones when the mother of the king was guilty of something, and as punishment she had to walk naked through the streets while people threw vegetables at her or something. It's interesting, that obviously, that seems like, that's like sort of the antithesis of, that's the sort of, it's almost sorry, it's not what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say that, like, that's the perfect symbol of how women live in a different era. They live in a different realm. It's like they live 500 years before, they're still living in the medieval cultural period. Well, half of men are living in the Enlightenment, and half of them are living as white knights and dark knights. They're sort of Venetian vendetta, sort of revenge takers and jousters in this game of romantic chivalry and sort of chivalrous pretension. And then that, I do think, is a huge powder keg that is correspondent with what should I call it? I think that if you use the alchemical analogy of the electric fluid for the masculine and the magnetic fluid for the feminine. Sorry, I'm somewhat channeling this because I explained this to somebody else and the explanation went very good. So I hope I can transpose it now well enough. But you see, the electric fluid. Electric means. Oh, see, I'm already losing the memory. I can't channel things that well because they're slightly inauthentic when I'm trying to transpose them. But it's because she asked me, what does electric mean? What does magnetic mean? And I take this to be sort of common cause that if you're generally well educated enough that you can kind of work out the metaphor just from if you had a good physics education, I guess. But I'm not saying that maybe I mean, I don't know, maybe who knows what her state of her physics, because some people, I mean, I was very attentive in physics, I had an amazing physics teacher, or I should rather say science teacher. She taught chemistry and physics, but I was not so good at chemistry, or I mean, I was okay, but I was much better at physics. It was very easy for me. Um, anyway, but what's my point? So, in the alchemical metaphor, the electric fluid uh, impels electricity impels things, it powers things, it pushes things inside the wire, whereas magnetism goes. Obviously, there's also a correspondence that an electric flow induces a magnetic field, and a magnetic field can induce an electric flow. So they both imply each other, they both correspond with each other. And then you can also have things that combine both, because you can kind of have electromagnetic devices that kind of use both, right? But there are also things that are just like naturally by themselves, they're just magnetic. Like a neodymium magnet is just magnetic. And I guess an electric flow, there might be, you'd probably have to have quite so I can't think off the top of my head to make the analogy work, but I'm sure that there are ways of having electric flows that perhaps don't have magnetic fields as well. Or maybe that's the asymmetry. There's a bit of maybe electric flows always have a magnetic field, but sometimes you get magnetism that doesn't necessarily, that implies an electric flow, but it has to actually have to be in the vicinity of something that, well, is like a metal. As metals, or maybe not every metal, but I think pretty much the definition of a metal is that, at least in its solid state, that the electrons in a metal form a kind of ionic sea. They don't actually they don't orbit. The most valent electrons in metals are kind of evenly shared. That's what makes them look shiny generally. Is because their electrons are promiscuous. They float around, and in some sense, their electrons are more reacting to the other free electrons in this ionic sea of electrons. And so the electrons are kind of acting like a fluid inside the medium of the metal, which is kind of like roughly the matrix of a container that is framing the confinement of the fluid. Anyway, sorry, I'm getting into physics analogies, which is really not really relevant, but it might be a little bit of a necessary backstory to actually understand, though, let's say the detailed metaphor of the electric versus the magnetic. And then when you're actually dealing with an electromagnetic sort of mechanism, then that's slightly problematic, because now it's kind of hermetically, alchemically, both masculine and feminine in an integrated form. But then what happens if that form actually, so let's say your culture has inculcated an electromagnetism. Now everything is orientated or warped or influenced by that mechanism at the core of the culture, right? And what happens if that is the problem? You actually need to you need a different electromagnetism, or you need to sort of deconstruct it or reverse engineer it or understand it, and I think some cultures have been better at understanding the contents of their electromagnetism. I always say that the apex of this is the Russian aristocracy. The Russian aristocracy, in my view, wait, I can't, no, let me not be too Western centric. It's interesting because I would say that the Japanese society, the Japanese culture, I think, has also sophisticated itself well enough to intuitively understand the electromagnetism also. So I think that well, I just made a Freudian slip there. I was about to say the French when I was trying to refer to the Japanese. By the way, that's something that I wanted to mention as well, because, the British, I mentioned this with the Japanese and the Chinese, because the Japanese and the Chinese, I always like to refer to the one and then to the other to make sure that I don't instigate World War IV. I say World War IV because World War III already happened. People just don't call it World War III. That was the Vietnam War. But anyway, and it was actually a war of the worlds, but that's a secret for another time. Let me not derail myself. Sorry, let me not, because I also talk in spiritual language. So when I say war of the worlds, I mean an interstellar war between beings from different planets. There are lots of people on this planet who don't even know that history, even non-human sentient life forms on this planet that don't even know that history about the Vietnam War. It's amazing how things fall out of knowledge, even within other secret communities. But anyway, sorry, you see, I can spill secrets every now and again, and but it's not important. I mean, it might be important to some people, but I'm just trying to say, like, please get the fuck over it. Grow up, like, let's just, anyway, but it's not that important. It really isn't. We're all sentients here. We can all treat each other decently. In fact, we can all even share a unitary faith. I mean, have you never dealt with a refugee before? Maybe we can treat each other as guests and refugees, of our disparate whatever backstories that we might have, Can't you be a refugee in your own land? I mean, that's kind of what I am as a white South African, sort of on the verge of being ethnically cleansed. But anyway, it's kind of like, all the SJWs talk and talk and talk, and all I just think is, you're really helping the fascists in my country to ethnically cleanse me. And I'm not talking about like analogically, I mean like literally, they have tried to float the idea many times about how if there was a genocide in this country against the whites, people on the radio have said if there was a genocide in this country, it wouldn't be unjustified. That's what they say on public radio, and they still have a job. They didn't go to jail. They still get paid to be on public radio and to promote that kind of hate, because social justice warriors are culturally in vogue. So anyway, we could deal with that rather than dealing with the fact that some sentient people on this planet are not humans. Like, get the fuck over yourself. Get some ethical fucking priorities, please. Okay, anyway, what was I saying? I was talking about electromagnetism, and I've lost my own thread now. Fuck. I'm angry with myself. Ooh, where was I? I was talking about the Vietnam War, and then I was talking about the Japanese and the Chinese. The Japanese and the Chinese, this is often what happens, is that locally you'll get an antithesis, and which you use as a sister culture, so that you want a culture close to you that develops in contradistinction to you, because then it helps you see the shadow side of yourself. And the story of the British, the secret story of the British is the French, because the French also have in some sense, the French, I think, are like the Chinese, and the British are like the Japanese. That's how I see it. But in some other ways, because where East meets West, it superficially looks the converse. It actually looks like that, you know, the British are like the Chinese in some sense because they care about knowledge and proper references. It's not as if the Japanese don't also care about knowledge, but and the French are really obsessed with their culture. So maybe the French are more like the Chinese. Maybe the French are more like the Japanese, and the British are more like the Chinese. But it's like it's a completely different kind of mix, in a way, relative. Sort of between the difference between the Japanese and the Chinese, the French and the British. But I'm sure the French feel like the British have stolen a lot of their culture because they see a lot of themselves in the British, but they look at the British and they say, oh, they're so the poor British people, they just don't get it. They just don't get how good it is to be French. They just don't get the French mentality. They don't get the French. I can try to mock the French people and by trying to speak their language, and it's just going to sound pathetic because I'm not educated enough to know French, and I only know it from an outsider's perspective. I only know it because my step-grandmother was French, and she loved being South African, and she really didn't want to be French. She wanted to be South African. That was her aspiration in life, was to stay a South African, but she had to go kicking and screaming back to France because my family isn't rich enough to support her to continue living in South Africa because everyone in South Africa has gotten poorer. And the French are really good at taking care of their elderly and supporting, people. So she's a French citizen. She's also, she's got her family is very. I think she was a descendant of one of Napoleon's generals. She has, her family has a giant vineyard and things like that. She's anyway, but that's not a very important thing in France. In France, people just care about your degree. Where did you go to university? That's what they care about. Anyway, I'm not trying to say that she's like French royalty or something like that. Famously, the French have a republic. They don't have royalty. They killed them. Anyway, so you see, the French were very revolutionary in their pretension, if I can put it like that. And the British were also revolutionary in their pretension, but they didn't, I actually don't know all the history of Britain that well because I'm not well versed in history, but I have rubbed shoulders with a lot of people that are well versed in history, and I've always picked at them to give me their treasure and to give me their secrets, which is not always easy to do because a lot of people, they actually guard their understanding. They don't offer it to other people, whereas I, on the other hand, I want to give my secrets away, but I'm only limited to the fact that, there are many things that people cannot yet bear to hear. And so that's the only thing that guards my tongue is, and I also perhaps, I try too quickly to say things to skip to the punch or whatever, to beat the other person to the punch just because I don't want to waste time going in circles just because no one is brave enough to actually find the topic that is actually more relevant to making progress or essentially or solving the problem. If there is one that people are too embarrassed to bring onto the table because they either don't think there is a solution or they think that the other person isn't interested in helping to resolve the situation. And I want to resolve many situations. I want to resolve so many situations that, quite frankly, if I cared about the zero-sum competition game, I wouldn't be interested in solving. Because, I'm well-to-do enough, but I actually do care about helping other people. Which a lot of people see that as a sign of deviousness because, it doesn't exist in the world in some sense. It's such a rare trait. To actually be a kind person, to actually be a helpful person, usually is a cover for sadistic machinations and treachery. And that's the problem, is that even if you do have the best of intentions and you do have the best of, you're rigorous as you want to be as you hope to be, but you just don't know what you don't know, perhaps, and then you'll still be accused of treachery, and maybe you will actually realize, actually, I was being a bit treacherous, but it's because I didn't remember this thing, or because I forgot what I didn't know, or I don't know what I don't know. And, then you might be in a very sore situation, because then you might be sticking out like a sore thumb, and then everyone says, you're Lucifer, or everyone says, you are the Antichrist, because you tried to help and you actually made things worse. Because people, and so when you actually are talking about issues, why can't you have an open, future-orientated mentality rather than a past history? Like, do you not believe in truth and reconciliation? Do you not believe in truth and reconciliation as the highest justice? Don't you believe that? Obviously, it is slightly, that comes with a caveat, because there are things in which truth does not generate reconciliation. Knowing the historical truth does not necessarily precipitate reconciliation if it's an ongoing problem, right? And that's why the social justice people are so evil, is because they want to link everything to the future. Conceptually is the past. The past is the future. That's what fascists always do. They conflate things. They falsely conflate things, and that is their teaching. That is their secret of generalization and social identity politics. That's their secret, is that the past is the future. Everything is just recurring. They're temporal polytheists. You know? And then they just sprinkle in a bit of agnosticism every time they get flustered, so they can evade other people and do some shadow boxing and make mockery of them. Well, they just essentially rely on their polytheism, which is another way of saying the many-branched intelligence. It's a way of saying that they have a compartmentalized intellect. They have a fragmented understanding, and then their polytheism basically is their excuse that they rely on to justify that, although it's certainly not a justification. It's actually a vague and embarrassing excuse, and they'll blame you for pointing out that it's vague and embarrassing, because they'll just say, well, there's nothing else. They'll just say, well, out of nothing, nothing comes, and we have no dignity, so out of no dignity, there is no more dignity to be found in the world, except those that we invent out of our own imagination. And so all they can do is live in their own imagination, and then they might as well make it an interesting imagination. And that is why the world lieth in wickedness, is because these people go on without being reprimanded, without being rebuked, without being punished even. Now, I don't believe in punishment. I believe in the first two much more than I believe in punishment. I believe in truth and reconciliation is the highest form of law and justice. But what happens about those who will not hear the truth, who will not come to the teaching, and who will continue to be dangerous? Now, I still think that we should learn to cope with the danger that they represent, because if we can learn to cope with them, that will itself be an instructive process. It will help us guard ourselves against their wickedness. I think that they're good teaching aids. I think that we should not cast them off. I think that we should allow ourselves to be surrounded by them, because they will help us teach our children how not to be like them. And this is the word, people don't realize the treasure that they have. When you go through an arduous journey, I've gone through many arduous things. I have many experiences. And those experiences are treasure. They really are. All the horrible things that I've done, that I've been a part of, that bad things have happened to me, and I've done other bad things because I was confused by the messed upness that I had inside of myself. When all of that comes full circle, it's a beautiful story in the sense that it's valuable Do you know why it's valuable? Because if that is recorded and if that can be properly transmuted to somebody else, then somebody else can read that. It can become a book that somebody else can read. I mean that figuratively. It doesn't have to be a book. It could be a series. It could be a movie. It could be a piece of art. It could be something, right? That somebody else could look at that and they could say, that doesn't just give me the idea, it actually gives me enough of the experience myself, because it does not just relate to me, but I know that that could have been me myself. Because I know that even though that person is different to me in this way, I can put myself in their shoes and I can be just like them if I wanted to, in some sense, you know? Obviously, that requires, in some instances, that requires an increase in technology, an increase in ability. I don't know if you've heard of the Culture series by Ian M. Banks, but that's the future that I envisage. Subdue and replenish the earth. You have to be conservative and you have to be able to control things well enough, but you have to be ethically responsible enough to be able to handle that kind of technology, to handle that kind of mastery. You know, do you know how much technology there is in the military-industrial complex? Do you know how many centuries ahead our technology is that we don't even know about because we can't know about it? Because if you had a medical device that could magically help people, that same medical device could be stolen from a hospital, it could be imported into another foreign country, and then they could use it to make a weapon that was so sophisticated that it would hurt people. It would be a weapon, a different kind of weapon of mass. I mean, do you know that there's a device that one could make that can very easily explode the entire fucking planet? I'm not even joking. I don't even want to describe it publicly. I mean, I could literally describe the action of it. It's not a difficult action to make. It's not even conceptually that hard to build. If you know physics and you know mathematics, you can make any person in their garage, if they were motivated enough and clever enough, could on their own. I mean, there's nothing stopping someone in their garage from making a time machine. There's nothing stopping from someone in their garage from making a doomsday device. Usually people with that kind of intellect, though, are usually moral enough, intelligent enough, and ethical enough that people that are capable of building a doomsday device wouldn't actually fucking do it. But that's not true across the board, because, you know, not all cultures are the same, not all religions are the same in some sense. And there are radicals out there. There are people who don't know their own religious tradition. They don't know their own religious teaching that well, but they think they do. They think they do because they're actually in the corner of their own. They're not in the center of their own story. They're actually in the corner, but they think that the corner is the center, you know? And when I say center, I mean, obviously, you know, I mean, what is the center of Christianity is actually beautifully described. The center of Christianity is not the multitudes. It's not the multitudes of followers of Christ. Many people followed Christ. They were not. They were not in his church. The followers of Christ were not in the church of Christ. Being a follower of Christ didn't mean much. Do you know how Jesus Christ referred to those who believed in him and who took his teaching? He called them little. He called them the little flock. Not the multitudes, but the little flock. It's not about quantity, it's about quality, you know, at the end of the day. But quality is potency in a way that other people don't really fucking understand. But anyway, and they will be a peculiar people, even unto himself. That is what it says in Scripture. Which is also quite dynamic, you know. But don't expect me not to swear at people when they impugn my dignity and they say things that are demonstrably stupid and false, you know. I mean, please, maybe I'll tolerate it, maybe I won't tolerate it. And it's not based on my feelings, as it were. It's based that, you know, some people need to fucking grow up, okay? It's quite that simple. You don't entertain the nihilism of a 7-month-old, you know. I mean, that's perhaps how some mothers maybe stare into their baby's eyes, and maybe they don't have the intuition, they don't have the awareness, or if they do, they very young children are very perceptive to electromagnetism. If I can get back to that, anyway. Okay, let me not open this can of worms. I'll touch on this issue properly when I make the sex when I make the sex recording, which is now I've already promised something, which is quite a tall order, because making an explicitly sexual recording is going to be a bit of a prickly porcupine or something. It's but it's going to center around the current cultural zeitgeist. So at least it'll give me enough of a baseline that I won't have to try to. Yeah, I mean, I've been quite bad. I talk about a lot of, when I say I've been quite bad, I mean, I am jealous a little bit of L. Ron Hubbard, because, whenever you listen to his recordings, he is really teaching it at a huge, he's giving an entire model. Whenever he presents it in his lecture, he is giving a full model. And my model, I'm still practicing teaching it in some sense, and I'm doing this to the ether. So I guess, maybe L. Ron Hubbard did this in private, and he had people working with him so that he could bounce off people. He could use people as soundboards, whereas I don't. A lot of people are resilient to me using them as a soundboard, because they tell me, I don't want to hear about that, or that doesn't take my interest. They just kind of rebuff me, or they give me some prickliness or whatever. And that kind of sometimes, I mean, I don't want to complain about this too much, because it's not, because people should do that. People should guard themselves, as they so like. But I also, it does jade me slightly, because usually that creates some friction, and I actually bring that friction to bear against them, because I do think that it is evidence of an ethical disjuncture. But in some sense, there's also pragmatism as another thing, because can't expect other people to wait on you hand and foot. You can't expect other people to care about what you're doing, because maybe they have other people that they have to care about. Maybe they have other interests, other passions, other curiosities. It's a free country. You're just a person, they're just a person. And some people, I mean, obviously I think that, I deserve to be helped, because I think that I've got the goods, I've got the treasure, but no one wants to let me practice teaching it, so I have to keep it locked up inside of myself. And no one's willing to help me kind of unleash it, as it were. And when I do start to do that, they don't like tolerating how I do it. Stylistically, they don't like it. Something like that. They won't give me the trust. They won't give me the free rein. In some sense, or trust is always a hard thing. I mean, obviously, people trust in the world. It's complicated. Everyone has their own stuff, as it were. But in some sense, I do feel anxious and uneasy, because I feel that, if people would just trust me more, things would move a lot faster. So, going at breakneck speed, going so much faster than other people are used to speed, I just look dangerous to other people, because where they live, the teaching has been gone for so long. It's been a desert for so long that when they see the waters, the running waters, I don't know, maybe it's just a flood in their eyes. Maybe it's just they can't imagine being washed. They don't imagine being cleansed. They imagine being drowned, or something like that. Or put another way, because my teaching, I guess you could call it a baptism of fire, the baptism by spirit, which is actually part of the Christ covenant. That is actually the promise of the Christ covenant, that we should be baptized by fire. So I don't know why churches are using water and sprinkling water about. I mean, that's one. I'm not saying that the true church doesn't use baptism by water. I mean, obviously, if someone wants to be baptized by water because they want to do the ritual, I mean, why not do the ritual if they? But how does that actually? What does that mean in terms of the teaching? Does the teaching of the church require baptism of water? Because if the doctrine of the church requires it, then there's something fucking wrong with your doctrine. Then you obviously don't understand your ass from your elbow. I don't know who taught you Christianity, but they were charlatans. You know, they weren't the true church. You know, so like, you know, we should discuss doctrine actually. Doctrine is very important, but it's very obviously dangerous to discuss doctrine because that's at some point someone's going to be wrong and someone's going to be right, or both people are going to be wrong. Those are the only combinations. One of the two people will be right, one of them will be wrong, or both of them will be wrong. So you're either discussing doctrine between two dolts, or you're discussing doctrine between someone who has the real teaching and someone who doesn't have the real teaching, or you're discussing doctrine between two people who both share the same doctrine, but maybe they have some semantic disjunction, right? Either way, I would submit that it's probably not that hard, except for timidness and shame, or maybe time constraints. You know, some people, they have different priorities, or they have different pressing. They have a different calling, maybe. You know, maybe the Holy Spirit is taking them somewhere else because maybe they're being sent away. You see, it's difficult to talk about the Holy Spirit. Sorry, did I just say the Holy Ghost? I meant to say the Holy Spirit and then say that there's a problem with the Holy Spirit, saying that the Holy Spirit sends someone away. Because the Holy Spirit sending someone away, you might as well blame them for that. You could ethically blame them for that. Just because the Holy Spirit is sending them away, you can blame. The Holy Ghost is sending them away, there's no blame. But if the Holy Spirit is sending them away, I mean, please, give them fire, give them hellfire in your voice, because the Holy Spirit exists to anoint God's chosen. It doesn't exist to do anything else. The Holy Spirit is there to make way for the anointing, right? And the idea that you just care about the the Holy Spirit is basically like worshipping synchronicity. It's that kind of spiritism. It's that the Holy Spirit belongs to the world. It's something that acts in the world, and it is a witness of the true God. But the world is something that you have to extricate yourself from. It's not, you have to see through the world, which means also that you have to see through the Holy Spirit. So at some point, the anointing of the Holy Spirit, is something like the seal, the inverse of being sealed by an apostle. So when the apostle seals you into the covenant and into the book of life, and actually, conjoins you, as it were, into the spiritual culture, you could say that you're being anointed by the Holy Spirit, in that the world is actually giving you up to the Holy Ghost. Anyway, there's probably a better way of doctrinally translating that issue, but that is basically the mechanics of it. And just because now I've revealed the mechanics of it, I'm sure that there'll be a whole slew of charlatans out there that can try to replicate this or try to turn it into a ritual. But, I didn't actually explain how it happens internally. So, although someone can try to this thing probably already is being replicated in, what do they call them? The charismatic churches. It's probably all about this kind of bullshit. In terms of, getting people to go on their treadmill, or I don't know, all of those churches that are all about like being rich, being super rich. I can't remember, they've got a phrase that describes them. Like that might be sort of, I don't know, do those count as charismatic churches? Because that's like one way of turning this Holy Spirit idea into a game. Anyway, I'm tiring myself out. Let me end this horrible recording. You see, sometimes I do worry about myself. When I reveal things about the true doctrine, I do worry that it could be repurposed by charlatans. It could be mimicked by evil people to evil ends. But I also know that that just means that in the future there's going to be a showdown then. And when people have blasphemed the Holy Ghost, there's no coming back from that. So usually the problem is that it happens in the second generation, that the person who knows that they're manufacturing something illegitimately, they know that they're fraudulently creating a replica, right? They know that they think that they're doing it for good, right? They think, okay, well, this will be the means to the ends, and somehow it'll come to a better future, right? So they know that they're bastards. They know that they are stealing something that doesn't belong to them. But then the second generation got to grift under the wing of that. They got to, they got to be in the tailwind. They got to feel superior to everyone around them. So the second generation now think that they're the shit. They're the real deal, man. They're the cool kids. They know what's up. Nobody else knows it as good as they know it, because they got to inherit the real teaching. That's what they tell themselves, right? So it's the second generation, which are the ones that you really have to worry about. So they were primed by their parents, who basically, I mean this in a spiritual figurative sense, whichever priest did the stealing, right? Whichever priest went down to this other church and said, ooh, that's good, I bet I can copy that. I'm a copy ninja. Going to copy ninja that, because all of these churches, they're all the same. They're all the same, empty, hollow. It's all about mimicry. It's all about copying. We're all just chameleons. We're all just green-eyed envy demons, And then the second generation of that, what is that? It's probably a greed demon, So then the second generation are all these fat little children that are drunk on their own inherited virtue of grifting superiorly to their surroundings, right? Anyway, all of the stuff is a good analogy. This is perhaps a good primer for the sexual stuff. Maybe I'll even cowardly out of it. I won't do the sexual talk. I'll just say that this was actually, this is the spiritual version of the sexual talk or something. I feel like I'm a white Sangoma because, I feel like I would be a really good life coach kind of thing, as like a white Sangoma, because like I know the answers to many, many things. Like I can hands-on fix things, like I can intelligently solve for problems and things like that. I tried to offer my services one time. I called myself a limit breaker. I was like on, what's it called? What's that? LinkedIn. I was like, LinkedIn, oh, okay, let me try to write this like I'm a, what do you call it? I could market myself better now, probably, because now I feel like I'm more in command of things, but also that that my psychological model is much better developed. So now I could actually turn it into maybe like a life coaching thing, but also I just know a lot of I have a good general knowledge, but also I know a lot about a lot of things that people are embarrassed to talk about, that I can basically instruct people about how to improve. I mean, obviously I don't know everything about everything, because a lot of technology just isn't accessible, but I do have ideas about things that I would build if I had the resources. If I just had the investment, I feel like I could pretty much solve all the world's problems, kind of like there was a beautiful, Dave Rubin used a video clip from Steve Jobs, which was so inspirational. I didn't watch the whole video. I watched like 12 minutes of it, but it seemed like I don't know about the whole video, but that those 12 minutes were really, really deeply spiritual and rich. I really liked it. Anyway, I believe that I personally know Dave Rubin. I remember rescuing him from morning television. I was talking to him on his morning television couch. Obviously, I wasn't a guest on the show, and I was like, I think we were just doing like a test. I was just, because he was an interesting kind of guy, and I was like, fuck, you're intelligent. Why are you doing this? Get out of television now. I was like, go be a YouTube star. Like you're gonna kill yourself, or you're gonna waste your life on this. Like, and then we had this very interesting conversation. Are you gay? Because he asked, I don't know how it came up, but he asked me like, do you have an opinion on homosexuality? Because I think I was going on and on about Christianity, and I was trying to say, and I just told him bluntly what my views were on homosexuality, and he was slightly taken aback. He was slightly offended, and then he was trying to get back at me by saying, I won't. So I asked, oh, are you gay? Because I wanted to then recontextualize what I said, but he wouldn't tell me because I had already been opinionated about the topic. And so I thought, okay, well, that's a bit sad. So I'm okay. Like, I'm not saying that you are gay, because I actually like you, and usually I believe that straight acting gay people, I think, are very morally superior to most so-called heterosexual people, because when I say gay, I don't mean homosexual. I actually mean spiritually. I'm talking about a spiritual condition. And he thought that I was kind of lying through my teeth a bit, and I was just making stuff up to try to kind of like ingratiate myself with him. But I was being, people don't realize just how blunt I'm being. And obviously, in some sense, I think that he was projecting disingenuousness onto me, because he already was being disingenuous with me by not answering my question in a straight way. And then I said, but you see, you are actually definitely a bit gay, because you wouldn't answer my question. So you actually, and then I even pointed it out to him that I think that he's projecting his disingenuousness onto me, because he's already essentially shown distrust of me. And then I said, look, I sympathize with you, because I've just basically insulted your way of life if you are gay, because he still didn't confirm if he was gay or not. So, and I really didn't know if he was gay or not, if he was just testing me by, sort of using this topic by what's the word, by veiling knowledge from me just to test me. And I said, that's also a reasonable thing to do, because you're complexifying my situation, and you're forcing me to kind of dance on the spot for you. And I'm trying my best. You've made the issue more complicated than it needs to be in our dialogue, but I'm doing the best that I can, Dave. I really am, and I haven't told you a lie. It is a complicated issue, and I would like to get into the detail with you of it, because I think there are things that are worth discussing, because I don't know everything about it, but I have actually deeply gone into conversion therapy. I have spoken to experts in conversion therapy. It's always been something that I've been deeply interested in. Whenever I went to a church, I always asked them about it. Like, what is your position on homosexuality? Because I'm not just carrying my own shit. I want to solve everybody's problems. I want to help everyone. I want to understand everything. I want to know everything. I know that there's some things that I don't need to know, but I do need to know everything so that I can know what I don't need to know. It's quite that simple. It's quite that fucking simple. But people just don't believe that there are any helpful fucking people in the world. They just think that they're all grifters. They've hypnotized themselves that there's only grifters. What are you a grifter in? There's only grifters. That's all there is. That's what they all believe. Or at least that's what they tell themselves. Everyone believes deep down. And that's how they get away with their dirty, filthy, wicked... Sorry, I'm trying to remember the title of the song. It was such a beautiful song that I wrote. I love a lot of the songs that I wrote for Imagine Dragons. People don't realize how deeply the Christian doctrine is explored in Imagine Dragons. They really don't. Deeply doctrinally, not every song. Some songs go a bit poetically licensed into things that are perhaps too figurative, that sometimes it's not, you have to interpret it quite heavily in order to understand how it's doctrinal. It's interesting. So, but there are a lot of Imagine Dragons songs which are very, very, very deeply doctrinal. It's Time. I mean, there's been few songs that have been so deeply core to the Christian doctrine. Also Believer. Deeply, deeply Christian song. Imagine Dragons, Believer. obviously you do have to kind of apply the right context to unlock it. So it's not as if that they're not open to massive interpretation and distortion. What I find it best to do is, if you don't watch the music video, you should instead watch the music video that is just the words of the song, so that you can meditate on the words of the song and not be distracted by the imagery of the music videos. That's what I would recommend on those songs. And there's also, I was going to say another song now, but I've lost the thread of it. I mean, I feel bad, when I single out some groups and I don't mention all the other groups that have made my music. So I shouldn't say my music, but that have made the music that I've made lyrics for. It's, all these things are generally co-creation. I really, I really shouldn't say my music, because I really am inspired by the artists. I'm usually inspired by their voices. I always make them sing the words that I want to hear in that tone of voice, in that accent, in that personality, in that persona. It's an art form at the end of the day. That's the problem with songs, is that they do come in the context of persona, but I do try to archetypally exemplify the persona. I try to refine it. I'm very good at coaching people's voices. I usually make them sing worse on a technical level, but I make them sing better on a persona level. People send me the artists. You wouldn't believe the artists that I've coached. I coached Adele. I'll admit that. I don't know if she'll admit that. There's some people who I know for a fact wouldn't deny me, but there are other people where you don't know, but that's part of their charm in some sense, that's part of their persona, Anyway, there's a time and a place perhaps to massage culture towards one's symphony. I mean, I started early in life. Let me just say that I have been planning everything from afar, from a distance, and I don't take blame for everything. Don't blame it on me. Blame it on the night, I'm just, I didn't start the fire. I was born 1986. Somewhat 9 months after L. Ron Hubbard died. But anyway, what's my point? When I was very, very young, I orchestrated an anime, a Chinese anime. It was an OVA, 7-episode OVA. Beautiful anime. You have to listen to it in the English dub. I actually directed the English dub. There are 2 English dubs. I can't remember which one was done first and which one was done second, but because I had never directed voice acting before, I was afraid, because it was kind of like a business decision, and a lot of people in business clothing were kind of harassing me about it. And so basically I commissioned, or I, in the business form, commissioned there to be 2 English voice actings. The one voice acting would be how they would usually do it, and then the other voice acting was directed by me and controlled by me and orchestrated by me, which was also quite interesting, because I met a lot of Americans that way, a lot of American voice actors, which was quite an interesting thing for a child to be exposed to. But anyway, I really enjoyed that voice act. That voice. I directed that. I've directed a lot of things in some sense. I directed the. I was very involved in the production of The Lion King. It's hard to call yourself a director of an animation. Because you just. It's very different to filming on set. It's very. It's very collaborative and dynamic, and and getting people to work. It's much easier to get artists to work with you than it is to get actors to work with you. Actors are a whole different fucking kettle of fish, and it really is all about personality. And there are a lot of actors with a lot of strong personalities, and even with the best of people that are talented, that can make it worse. I mean, if you want to know what hell on earth is, hell on earth is, I can't remember his name, but I was secretly co-directing The Island of Monroe. I can't remember what the exact name of the movie was. And I can't remember the guy's name, but the main actor, who was quite overweight at that point, who was friendly to me when I was a younger child, but at this point he was not doing as well as he was before, but he was kind of like, he's sort of this famous leftist kind of actor that likes to kind of shit over culture and be he's the kind of prototypical elite celebrity that thinks that they are the shit and that they know the answers to everything just because they can express displeasure about things and cast skeptical doubt about things, so they're just kind of, they are so enticed by the fact that they are high status that they really do believe that the sun shines out of their own arsehole. They really do believe that they can do no wrong, because if they can think it, it's an important thought that must be projected onto the world. Because that's what they do in their acting, and they kind of personify what the business side is doing to their image. They actually believe that that's what they are. They believe that they are what they do. But they don't sort of account for the fact that, they're actually in a very artificially privileged position, and they're not perhaps channeling their celebrity for ethical ends. In fact, they're just self-deluding themselves and drunk on their own power, and in some sense they believe in being a celebrity more than they believe in doing good with the capacity that life has given them, and they don't care about improving their ethical outlook. They don't care about being an expert in justice. They don't care about researching anything or understanding anything broadly or doubting their understanding enough to improve it. They're just kind of, they are identified as XYZ, and they are drunk on their own, well, maybe it's also drugs and alcohol. When everyone around you is sniffing your own farts and telling you how genius you are all the time and stroking your ego, and you're so enthralled, they really are the kind of the harbingers of the harpy demons, and some, they were the precursors to our corrupt, the caliph. And this was sung about beautifully, and I can't take credit for this, because when I collaborated with the Red Hot Chili Peppers, it was more like a group meditation. It was more like I did write some Red Hot Chili Peppers songs, but they were very creative themselves. I love working with American creative artists. Do you know how terrible it's been working with South African artists? I can't say this about all South African artists. I shouldn't generalize. But it's very difficult. I don't know what it's about South Africans, but they are very fucking. You know how many songs I gave to Mumford & Sons, and how many songs they fucking bastardized? They changed the lyrics. They thought they were cleverer than fucking me. So they changed the lyrics, and then when I gave them more lyrics, they couldn't use the later songs because it didn't fucking plug in to their alteration of it. So I had this whole album after album after album lined up, and they fucked it up. They fucked it up because they thought that they were so fucking clever. Because they had an INTJ in their group, and he thought that he was fucking a better INTJ than me. So he simplified it, because he thought that it was cooler, because he thought that my sophistication was extraneous. He thought that my elaboration was too complicated, was too faggy for him, because he's the real heterosexual, because he's been made some white knight by some. INTJs can do that. INTJs can fall into the well of feminine sympathy and feminine wiles just because they're bad at sex, essentially. Man, so I'm getting into the sex talk here. But I'm just trying to show that there is a kind of program that has to do with the. See, now I have to frame this properly before I end off this lecture, because otherwise it is going to be potentially dangerous. Essentially, this is the basic premise, right? The basic premise is that so I'm just collecting some energy here because I've already been making this recording for too long. What was I saying? That there is a specialization in cultural dimorphism. Let's just say that there is a division of psychological labor between men and women, which has, let's say, a practical lowest common denominator to it, which is that generally speaking, women will take care of the children because they're the ones who lactate and who have the breasts, and they don't have upper body strength. So it just makes sense that the men go out into the field and go do the extraneous long trek to bring back something, so you don't see men for a week because they're out on a hunt. Maybe they'll come back and they'll stick around for a while, but then they'll go out on a hunt again because, the group wants meat or something like that. So the men are capable of straying from the homestead because they can be extraneous in some sense, and they can make long-term they can leave some men behind to protect the group's woman and to protect the group's children. And maybe the men that they leave behind will also be good peacekeepers, right? And then the men that go out into the field will be perhaps a bit less trustworthy ones, but that they're going out as a group, so they can look after each other. They can be each other's keepers or something like that, right? So you can already see that there's a trust dynamic, and there's also this idea that trust, then the intersexual trust between men also is generally more stable, because even if you trust your brethren to keep you, that's actually a good survival strategy. That's because in some sense people are better as a group than they are as individuals. Usually groups can be greater than the sum of their parts, because if you can actually really trust each other, you can do magical things almost, because it really is greater than the sum of its parts. When you start specializing and you start, one person has the net, the other person has the spear, the other person digs a hole, the other person creates a shield, and they all, you can create a trap for an animal which reduces everyone's risk. So you just need to lure the animal in the trap, or you need to set the trap, but then that can also be dangerous if you can't see the trap yourself. So, there has to be coordination and collaboration and some kind of intelligence that is shared, a common understanding that is shared. And so men are much more familiar with that, whereas women are usually doing work that is usually, interchangeable. It's usually more drudgery. It's usually more commonplace, right? So women's work is usually less specialized, or it's more generic or something like that. And, there probably is some also idea that the people who raise the children need to be able to be good at teaching children. But, maybe some women don't want to be an educator. Maybe they actually want to join the hunt. Maybe they are actually good at making traps. Maybe they are good with their hands, Maybe, not as if, women actually generally are much better with their hands. They're usually more dexterous than men are. They're usually much better creating fine weaving and garments and even creating mechanical things. So anyway, but there are also other women who would probably prefer to go on the hunt, but that might also be a bit dangerous because, not to be crude about it, but if there are lions, if they're predators, there are even stories about some guy in the forest in America even made friends with a bear, and he even he was kind of this naturist or something like that, and he sort of, he actually had this weird kind of, I don't know how to describe it really, but this kind of animal husbandry, not in a sexual way or anything, but he was just literally, he was like, the bears accepted him and kind of respected him enough, but then he had a girlfriend, and his girlfriend was menstruating or something, and the bear, it confused the sexuality of the bear slightly, because it was like, I guess this guy was probably coded as, because animals can probably tell if you're male or female, right? So I'm guessing that the bear knew that this was a human male, but it was irrelevant because this human male was not going to steal the bear woman. The human male was not going to compete, but in some sense the bear could probably tell that his girlfriend that was menstruating or whatever was having some kind of pheromonal interaction, and maybe the bear got slightly confused and thought, well, this is a competitor male, this is intersexual competition, what do I do? Like lions don't fight with each other because there is an alpha, and when the young male lion gets big enough, he usually fucks off to go make his own tribe, or go makes his own pride. Usually splinters off at some point or continues to be beta and subjugated. So, usually if you're a kind of animal where there's only one male, lots of animals have different, some animals, some animals, they have matriarchies, and many different males pass on their genes, whereas other animals, very few males actually get the privilege of passing on their genes. And usually in those species as well, females can actually sort of psychosocially manage their environment. They can actually work out biologically, they can sense intellectually to some degree if there is good room for a male or if there isn't good room for a male. So like woman in those species, woman, or I should rather say female, excuse me, I should rather just say female, because we're not talking about a human, so let's not use the word woman, or we're not talking about exactly a sentient, let me use non-species language, because the distinction that we should make in species are the sentient species and the non-sentient species. Sentience being defined as capable of free will, which all human beings are capable of free will. Not all human beings have free will because many of them are insane. They're psychologically, pathologically out of their mind, and they don't have free will. But they should be blamed for not acquiring free will because they are sentient. So they're still blameworthy because they're sentient. Sentience is the capacity of free will. Anyway, so in species that are non-sentient, which have females, in which that there are only one male that really passes on their genes, for a whole group of females. Usually in those species, the females actually have an ability to control the sex. When I say control, I mean sort of biologically control. So one of these female lions can actually work out, hey, I'm the head female lion. I think I'm the famous female lion. All the other female lions are kind of underneath me. I'm the first wife of the male alpha. I will actually give birth to a good male offspring. I will choose to have a male offspring. And there's actually a kind of intrasexual against the other females as to who will produce the male, because they can actually control the sex somehow, either by temperature, because somehow like I don't know what it is, but there is something that they're probably more than one thing, but there are things that biologically happen in which the female can actually sort of condition and facilitate a greater odd of either creating female or male progeny. And that will usually have to do with the age of the alpha. So when you know that when the alpha is above middle age and is getting close to becoming an omega or something like that, or is close to dying or being overthrown, then at some point that's the good time to have a male offspring that will displace the leader, Anyway, so what's my point? Anyway, the biological metaphor shouldn't be taken too literally and seriously, but it does give us a metaphor that we can use to perhaps track what's going on psychosocially, as it were, and how to properly subdue and replenish these things, or at least when I say replenish, I mean take responsibility for them in such a way that we have it properly subdued by our understanding, and we're doing it consciously and not by zero sum external locus of control, fear driven orchestration towards centralized administration because we're so fearful of, which then obviously means that we end up with suboptimal ways of managing the issue because we're not doing it consciously, we're doing it chaotically or unconsciously or by some haphazard we're turning it into a gambling casino or something like that. Because this is what was so good in that MGTOW video where it actually described women as being gamblers, that the women just want to be bad gamblers. And in some sense you could say it's not their fault because they've adapted to a lowest common denominator situation. And they've done it out of fear because let's just say that the systems of justice in our communities have not developed family law well enough to actually protect women from mismanagement and injustice inside the family, and so they have resorted instead, because they are physically weaker, so instead they have what am I saying? That's not a word. No, well, that wasn't the word that I meant to say, but it actually does kind of apply, exhorted. Instead they have exhorted the means of conventional groupthink and factional cultural warfare to protect them, but that kind of protection also has a huge cost attached to it. It has a huge shadow that it casts on things. It is a double-edged sword, but it's not an evenly double-edged sword. It's an unevenly double-edged sword, and it's unwieldy. It actually is dangerous, and it cuts everyone up. It actually hurts everyone. It hurts both people. So you need to rather have a different size double-edged sword that actually does cut both ways fairly, as it were, instead of an uneven double-standard double-edged sword, which is what women are, or feminism basically represents. You can't generalize this to women because there are some women who are individuals who have grown up past this. You can see beautiful examples of this. I was just watching the New Culture Forum beautiful round table discussion, and you can see the woman there. She's the only woman out of there. She's surrounded by 4 men, and everyone is different and everyone is equal in that round table discussion. Obviously that's a metaphor. Maybe I'm connotating, the knights of the round, King Arthur, Camelot. There's another band that I was extraneous. I didn't write the songs, I think, of Camelot, but I did inspire a lot of them. I know the lead singer. I don't actually know who he is, if he is the lead singer, but he went to my high school, a Danish guy, and his sister. I don't know if the sister's in the band. I know that he's in the band. I think he's either like the lead guitarist or he's the lead singer, I think. I'm not sure. I probably wouldn't listen to, I know that they sing a lot in English. Actually, I don't know how big they are, but I had a feeling that they were kind of popular. I don't know if they're still doing it, even. So that's problematic, is when people are a band in a foreign language, there's not much I can do. I have tried to help write some Spanish songs. I have tried to help write some Japanese songs. But, I'm not that good at foreign languages. I try my best, and I can kind of give some good inspiration. The problem is that I can't take the steering wheel too much. I can only help inspire the artist. And it's a bit of an unwieldy creative process because I'm constantly I'm constantly asking questions which are like weird questions which help me understand the language And so I keep on asking people these weird abstract questions about their language. And like a lot of artists can't deal with that level of abstraction while they're also trying to be particularly creative in a particular individual subtext. And so I really tire them out because I'm asking them these lateral questions. But we do usually end up with some kind of good product. But it is very taxing on artists, and it would be a lot easier if I did understand the language already, so they're having to sort of act as translators to me. What are they called? No, they are called translators. You not believe the amount of politics that gets fucked up because the translators are ideological. Sorry, I was about to say faggots or fag. I was going to say the word fags, but that's a bit, I must say, I really do tenderly care about many homosexual people that I greatly admire, but I like to use the word faggot as a slur. I really do, and I don't think that it applies to people who partake in homosexual activities. I do think that there are worse things, much worse things. I do think that I mean, look, obviously talking about what they do in their private lives is slightly uncouth. And I would, obviously it's better to have a private conversation, and I have had many private conversations like this where I have explored their psychology. I've tried to give them therapy about it as deeply as they would allow, and we have actually, I mean, you can't force these things onto people, and I just have it as an open offer usually. And I'm very blunt and honest about it and vulnerable about it, and I don't push people where they don't want to go, because you're dealing with trauma. And so you really can't be pushy about it. And you're also dismantling people's lives, which is disruptive, I mean, just look at how Milo Yiannopoulos has suffered in order to deal with his trauma. It's a touchy subject. It's a delicate subject. Because not only are you trying to repair trauma, but there is also societal trauma, because feminism is fucking evil. And men have coped with it in many different ways. They've used each other to cope with it as well. So let me just say that. But let me just say that, therefore, I do actually think that there's, when I say fag, and I mean that as a slur, I'm not talking about homosexual behavior. I'm talking about behavior that isn't straight, that isn't up and down, that isn't direct, that is indirect, that is dishonest. That's what I mean by fag, as someone who has sexualized their dishonesty into a kind of identity, which then they think gives them the right to sort of treat other people as kind of objects in their internal drama, right? And there are many heterosexuals that I would call fag. There are many married men who have heterosexual sex all the fucking time, and they are the worst fags. They really are. I mean, do you know how much I admire someone like Dennis Prager, who I also think might be carrying some of this cultural charge, but at least he's honest. He wears it on his sleeve. He's a proud man, and he deserves to be proud of his honesty and his vulnerability and his humility. I'm sure he's talked about this openly, because this is the kind of straight up and down person that he is. And he says that I'm not actually sure, because he's told this to me in private so many times that I assume that he said this in public. So I hope I'm not talking out of turn here, but I'm pretty sure that he's publicly stated that he believes that bisexuality is the natural state of the human being. It doesn't mean that you should act on your bisexuality. That doesn't mean that you shouldn't act on your bisexuality. But it means that I think that there are ethical concerns to be had. I wouldn't do things that would be considered bisexual by some people with people who are faggy. There are ways to be, let's say, curious about things that aren't ethically, psychologically damaging or corrupting, or, let's be psychologically safe about things, right? And there are perhaps lines that shouldn't be crossed, and some of those lines are contextual. They're contextual on the other people involved, because there are people with carrying trauma, there are people who are carrying societal trauma. It's not heteronormativity trauma. Let's say it's corrupted heteronormativity that has been compelled by feminism, by female childishness and evilness and wickedness that has been normalized, and that's been absorbed by men, you know. And there are even some virtuous lesbians who have ducked out of the whole intersexual drama, you know. You know, there are even decent ways of being a lesbian, I would say. It's kind of like being on some level, not every form of lesbianism. Look, there are different species of homosexuality and there are different species of lesbianism. And I will tell you, I'm sympathetic with a lot of them, and I'm very unsympathetic. I'm very, very unsympathetic with a lot of them. And which I've said are even as evil as people who consider themselves heterosexual. So I don't care what you do with your private parts. I care why you do what you do. It's not the how, it's the why. Although there is also a connection between how and why, which is contextual, which does form part of, let's say, unpacking what's going on and exploring what's going on. And so I believe in conversion therapy. Yes, I do. I do believe in conversion therapy. And I deserve to believe in it because I'm a fucking expert in psychology. I'm a self-read expert. If you think you are a better expert than me because you've studied the field, right, because you've learned from other people, well, I've also kind of learned from other people, but I've developed my own original thesis, my own original model and understanding that I've built from the ground up from the age of 5, and I'm 35 years old. So I've put 30 years, I've put the majority of my life into my understanding. And if you're going to tell me that you're a greater expert than me, and by the way, there are probably people in the woodwork that will come up. I don't have them on call. I don't have their phone numbers on my phone. But the preeminent expert on borderline personality disorder was tutelaged by me, was primed by me. There are many experts who themselves count themselves as subordinate to my expertise. So watch the fuck out. Because in judgment, the tables can be turned very quickly. And I have friends in high places as well. You know, if things happen to me, shit hits the fan in ways that you can't even fucking imagine. And I mean that explicitly. And you know, you want to put some things to the test. You know, maybe you'll put some things to the test. Maybe you'll get away with it. Maybe you won't get away with it. That's a warning. That is a fucking warning. You watch yourself. You fucking watch yourself. If you want to test things by poking me and prodding me. You know, there's such a thing as in mythology. What do they talk about? The sky falling down. Yeah, I am making a threat. I'm making a threat. Just see what happens. I'm daring you even to see what happens. I'm not guaranteeing your life. You take your life into your own hands if you fuck with me. I'm just putting that out there. You know, at some point, you know, the gloves come off and, you know, maybe it's time. Maybe it's time now. So just watch the fuck out. You know, look, I'm a very open person. I'm a very open person. I'm a very amenable person. I'm just saying, you know, I have put up with a lot of torture. And I mean that literally. I have literally been tortured. I have literally had to have hours and hours and hours and hours of surgery repairing my tortured body. My hand, my, I have to, there are other things which I would mention, but they kind of sound absolutely crazy. There's a scene in the Shield series where the guy gets his brain shot, you know, he was shot in the head with a shotgun. And then he literally gets reincarnated out of the ether by a machine that sews his brain back together and sort of sucks his soul back into his body by some ethereal technology bullshit, you know, and that sounds like, you know, complete sci-fi wizardry madness. I don't know. So I don't know, was I just part of writing, producing that, and I've imprinted that in my skull that I'm just a bit of a crackpot? You know, I mean, have I absorbed too much television? You know, maybe I'm just a crazy person that's watched too much television, and I think that it's all about me and that I helped create it, and I don't know my arse from my arsehole, you know, sorry, my elbow from my arsehole. Maybe it's me that doesn't know what's up, you know? I'm just saying, you take your life into your own hands. I'm just warning you. But I mean, obviously, I might just be a crackpot. So take it as you will. I mean, certainly don't break the. I'm not daring you to break the law. Or maybe I did. Maybe that's a lie now. Have I just actually contradicted myself by saying that? I'm not daring you to break the law. Can those things both be? Can I say? I can't even remember what I said exactly. Did I say I'm daring you to take your life into your own hands? I think that was sort of the gist of it, but I can't remember exactly what the grammar was exactly, technically. And now I just said I'm not daring you to break the law. I think those things are consistent, but I can't exactly remember what I said, but I do believe that that's what it meant in context. So I don't see a contradiction. But I'm open to argument. I mean, it's a free country. Try your slander. Let's see where it gets you. I mean, if anything, I mean, I've warned you all, I'm sensitive and judgmental. You know, can I not be sensitive and judgmental without someone trying to diagnose me with bipolar personality disorder, and then they're going to inject my blood and poison my brain with some psychotropic narcotic cooked up by some psychopathic psychiatrist that is trying to do medical experiments on me? There's real evil in this fucking world. That a judge signed off on my commitment. A judge signed off on poisoning my blood without seeing me in front of him. In my legal system, that is how bad things have gotten. Or actually, I don't even know who actually signed the commitment order. It might not have been a judge. It might have been an advocate, actually. I mean, that might be why some of my lawyers are avoiding me. I'm not sure. Or maybe it's because of the things that I've said about homosexuality that have been slightly taken out of context, and then people were too afraid to hear me elaborate. That's the problem. You know, when you have opinions that run counter to people's lived experiences, and they don't have a frame of reference that's broad enough to absorb the nuance, or they don't want to absorb the nuance because they just have other priorities. You know, it's an unfortunate confluence of events. You know. But I do think that I'm worth it to take the time and the patience to maybe have a think, have a mull over. But I mean, also, I realize I'm not the best proselytizer. That's also why I have other people that can scour through my work and transmit my insight, perhaps. You know, there is such a thing as a distribution network. And I would like to think that I've been a part of that distribution network. I mean, I believe that I helped construct the internet with Al Gore. You know, I designed the internet, he invented it. I mean, that's always what I told him that I would tell the world about it. I designed the internet. Al Gore only invented it. I designed it. It's slightly unfair because I didn't do the coding, but I did basically outline the concept which Al Gore basically invented with his bill, because that's what good politicians do, is they invent reality, they invent the future, they invent, well, that's what happens in America in some sense. It is a kind of democratically led society, and then you kind of lead yourself into a bit of into a noose, sadly, which does need some better justice, because, you know, there are experts of justice in America, but they have to work within the law that is provided to them, which just quite frankly isn't good enough. But that is the story of America, the unlit altar. Anyway, you know, where are they going to get a 10th judge? Where are they going to trust the even number, you know? Sorry, I talk in riddles. I'm trying to promote myself, perhaps, to one of the law lords of America. But anyway, I say that, but they have actually treated me very well in history. Maybe I'm projecting this, maybe I'm astral projecting this, but I have very vivid memories of arguing before the Supreme Court. and they treated me with the utmost dignity and respect, and I really enjoyed, I don't know how to describe it. I mean, it was a beautiful discussion, deep discussions, covered so much ground. You know, when you are in the presence of people who actually have a mind and an intellect to interrogate things broadly and deeply, it really unlocks things. When people are ready to hear things and they actually invite you because they do want to know, they actually want to know, that's what makes it magical. Because they actually do have the power and they do actually just need the insight, and they are wanting to collate all the information that they have to collate. You know, they really are experts in many, many things. And so when someone cogently, completely dismantles their whole framework and shows the fault of their whole framework, you know, you have opened up this was the point of Kira, the last airbender. I promised them that. I said, I will produce a piece of media, because I did make some claims that I couldn't prove, but I said that I could prove it in a narrative to them, and I said, I will make a piece of media, and you must watch it. And the answer, the evidence of this one, because I made enough other claims that I proved that they believed me on everything else, but they did it on trust, and they didn't do it by understanding on the other stuff. And so I said, and they brought it back up again because they know the difference and they know the importance of this difference. And I said I would produce a piece of media that in the narrative will actually show that there is a resolution, and I do have a plan, and that I can captain the ship. And that is how I won over the Lords of America with Kira the Last Airbender, or at least that's what I prophesied to them. And I don't even know the confirmation of that, but I'm sure that happened. I've also been before them multiple times. One time they rescued me even. I was in jail one time in America, and then they sent down orders to release me immediately and to apologize to me and to even take me before them, and they pardoned me immediately, but they didn't pardon me, they acquitted me, even against my own protestation, because I was so down on myself, because I had been so ground down by the system. And they acquitted me because they knew me, they knew my character, and they even inquired after me, and they found the reason as to why I should be acquitted, which they extracted from me to acquit me. And they did that all out of respect and dignity and a love for truth. I must say, I had never felt so vindicated before, but maybe I'm just crazy, and I keep on having to say this because I know so many people that doubt me profusely. They tell me to my face that they just think that I'm insane, and so now I have to speak in this valence to ground myself so that I can be a solid identity, because I do ground myself to all the people that I relate to and that I know. And I know that there are many people that doubt me. So maybe that's good, because otherwise if I wouldn't be able to talk as well as I am talking now, if I didn't have this grounded doubt foisted against me, I wouldn't sound so humble. Otherwise I wouldn't sound so humble, and then I would sound more grandiose, and then maybe a psychiatrist would be able to inject me with poisonous drugs that would pollute my brain and daze me and confine me to a kind of inebriated state. That's a real fucking danger. I mean, that's what happens, right? You know, in earlier times, you might be a messiah. Today, you might be a patient of the state, a ward of the state. That's where you go if you have claims of religion and no one backs you up. No one is there to give testimony to prevent you from being committed. Well, you can't even, and you know, they don't even put you before the judge so that you can try to, maybe I'm being a little bit too harsh, that I'm projecting the past into the future, which is slightly unfair against psychiatry, because when I was committed, I probably was, well, actually, who knows what I would have been like. Maybe they could have just had me as an outpatient. Maybe they could have just, sort of supervised me. Maybe they didn't have to put drugs into me. But I mean, I shouldn't talk about things that I don't know. I don't understand biochemistry that well. Maybe it helped my brain to heal. I don't know. Maybe the poison was a useful poison. Maybe it slowed things down. I mean, I don't know. What I do know is some historical record, which was that Newton had a major manic episode or some kind of major psychotic episode in his early 20s. John Stuart Mill had a major manic episode or a psychotic episode in his early 20s. Both of them, Wittgenstein had a major manic episode or a huge psychotic episode in his early 20s. In fact, they even called him Wittgenstein 1 and Wittgenstein 2 because he published before and after. And they said that this person is a completely different person before and after, because these people actually reconstitute their whole personality from the ground up, because they reorientate themselves after childhood, because in some sense, when you're a child, you have to put up with conditions, and then the conditions change, and now your context is sort of disorientated. So then you, instead of just evolving, you kind of can't evolve because you kind of conditioned yourself. You habituated yourself to things which you shouldn't have been habituated to, because your culture is a young culture full of juvenile, malevolent people that entrain you and force you to put up with things that no one should have to put up with. But that is the curse of history. That is the curse of living in a unevolved society that is ethically unhinged, right? Which we still, I guess you either think that that's a problem that is solvable, and then you think that that's a problem that will actually be finished at some point, or you think that that's an insoluble problem that's a perennial thing and that, will always be fucked, and therefore we should just have to kind of put up with it. I'm in the latter camp. Which I think is the thing that I said first. So usually when I say things, I usually say the bad thing first and then the good thing, and then I say, so when I say latter, I'm referring to the good thing, not the bad thing, not the nihilistic thing. Anyway, that was a mistake of speech, I guess, when I say latter. But I guess what I'm kind of was connotating is that it's before us. When I say before us, I mean it's accessible to us. It's immediately in front of us. When I say before us, I don't mean that it's historically behind us. I mean that it's in front of us. When I say that it's before us for the taking. It be for us to be in the latter situation, the latter orientation of the future orientation of the future teleological purpose. Anyway, okay, now I really have strained my voice beyond, and I have finished the topic at exactly 2 hours, 3 minutes, and 49 seconds.